Good morning, my friends. DRBMiller here. How's everybody doing? Today we are starting a bit later than usual, and there are several technical reasons as to why this is. But first of all, I want to welcome you to our second ever charitable fundraiser here on my channel. As you know, we are raising funds for the British Red Cross, and we will continue to do so for quite some time, as long as we can on Tiltify. The reason for that is we are joining the global effort through which we are trying to destroy this dreadful disease called COVID-19 caused by the coronavirus. We thought that we were getting the upper hand a month ago, and certainly in the United Kingdom we were able to corner the virus to a degree, but the recent days and certainly during last week we've seen that that was not the case on the global scale. On the continent, the virus is yet again spreading, causing many more deaths and infections. Therefore, we believe that in order to prevent the second wave of the virus, we need to be simply joining hands worldwide and making sure that everybody is fully aware of what the status is. Indeed, by doing everything together, fighting it fiercely, and doing everything possible to both support and raise funds for those who actually need it the most. That includes our vulnerable people in the local community, but also does include all of our charities and small organizations that are helping the effort through which we are fighting this dreadful illness. So therefore I would like to go through the motion of describing really what our campaign is. And first and foremost, I want to thank everyone who already contributed. We've had quite a few people sharing all the information on Instagram and Twitter. I'm very, very grateful for your support. And indeed, we are raising the profile. The charitable fundraising sometimes takes a little while before people become aware of what the purpose is. Not everyone is always very eager to invest immediately, but longer we persist, greater the rewards are going to be. I've been involved in lots of charitable fundraising campaigns over the years, but this is the first one that I'm doing online, so I'm quite curious to see what responses we'll get and what type of support we are likely to be receiving, particularly the fact that gaming community online on Twitch is full of very young people who perhaps are not in possession of any revenue, and lots of youngsters who actually don't even know what the charities are. Basically, these are the organizations that are doing various activities, providing for the local community and the vulnerable in order to serve what we would call the good causes. That means helping the pensioners, helping people who are suffering from long-term illness, enabling services to be easily accessible for the unfortunate people who are suffering from disabilities, or indeed helping and assisting those who are suffering from long-term illness. In this instance, with COVID, we've seen that we have three communities arising as a result of this absolutely awful, ghastly pandemic. The one, unfortunately, is people who perished, people who passed away due to the virus. Our hearts sink, and they're all in our thoughts and prayers at all times. Tragic losses, very sudden, unexplained, yet cruelly those people taken away from us due to this absolutely ghastly and awful virus. The second community is the loved ones, people who are affected by it, people who lost their community and their family members, and they suffer long-term emotional and psychological side effects and consequences. They require a lot of support through community-based counseling services. The third group of people are those who had survived the virus, but unfortunately were given unfortunately, they developed a number of additional health problems, the collateral, as we call it in jargon, due to the virus and the way it was affecting their body. So there may be lots of problems with the way their organs function, long-term side effects of, for instance, the functioning of the lungs, effects on the CNS, central nervous system, digestive problems, all other types of difficulties, cardio problems with heart, and they require also a very long-term support both in hospitals and in our local community. Lots of work will be done by charities and people who are indeed fully equipped to assist all of those in need. Therefore, our charities are dependent on two sources of income. One, the most important one, is the government subsidies. We invest in United Kingdom into our charities. They're protected by the law, and they are one of the most treasured institutions that we have or had ever created on these shores. Secondly, they're very dependent on the charitable donations, which means individuals and companies investing revenue into those charities in order to help them grow, develop the works, select the human resources, and continue with the work that they've been doing, sometimes for centuries. In this case, we are supporting our beloved British Red Cross, and our charity has been helping people worldwide already for more than 150 years. You will know that the British Red Cross was involved in all wars worldwide, which includes some of the most recent armed conflicts, and their staff and the human resources were providing care, treatment, and all additional facilities and resources to anyone who needed them anywhere around the world. So this is a truly global organization, albeit run from this country, and we do want to be supporting them as much as we can, because in this instance with COVID, the British Red Cross was at the very forefront of the global fight against the pandemic from the first moment when the pandemic was declared in China. So, if you want to help, what you can do is, you can first of all share the information through social networking forums. So that's your Instagram, your Twitter, your Pinterest, Facebook, whatever you use. Raise the awareness. Make sure you connect two and two together, which means connect our charities with the gaming community. I've seen lots of charitable fundraisers over the years done by various gamers, but I have to say I have not seen that many during the recent months, and I'm very pleased to see that Tiltify, the company that is supporting in different charities, is basically holding beacon for this sort of work at present. And obviously the British Red Cross is a very large organisation that requires a lot of help and support from every single citizen, and therefore by sharing this information, you can simply copy and paste some of my tweets and Instagram postings or the links from here. You will be raising the awareness of the need for everyone. This is perhaps more important than ever, maybe the most important moment ever since the pandemic started, because we've seen in the last 2 or 3 days in the UK that with the slight relaxation of our lockdown measures, which in fact are still in place, but it's just a very few things that became a bit more accessible, lots of our citizens took this as a statement of the virus disappearing. So we've had in some of the coastal towns yesterday, as you know, we obviously have very many on our coast, we've had several situations where dozens of thousands of people were flocking to the beaches, and there were some beaches that were absolutely rammed with so many people not observing any social distance, thinking that if they were enjoying the sunshine, going to swim in the sea, they will just avoid the virus. This is just absolute insanity. If you had a radioactive cloud above you or moving towards your area, would you be going out of your house and breathing in the radioactive air? I'm asking you, would you do that? Evidently you wouldn't. You would look for a nuclear shelter. You would want to be protected at all times. So why are you doing this today? Why are you going out, breathing in the air, which potentially carries the virus, in order to endanger your own health, the health of your loved ones, and to endanger our health services and charities that have been working 24/7 for more than 4 months in order to beat the pandemic? Why do you want to do that? It's suicide. It's absolutely self-destructive, and it's irresponsible towards everyone in your community, inclusive of your own life and your loved ones, your children, your parents, and everyone who surrounds you, your neighbours. So don't do it. And we want to be running these campaigns to raise the awareness of the need, first of all, and then secondly, we want to raise the awareness that the virus is still around. We will need to be bracing up for many months of hardship during the pandemic, and then many years of hardship after the pandemic ends. So these are very, very serious issues, and I think everyone, first of all, needs to be fully aware of the difficulty. I'm reminded of people who were perhaps at the end of armed conflict thinking, well, the end is near, everything will collapse, everything is going to be destroyed, and let's just do whatever we can before we're all gone. Well, that is not the attitude that we want to see, and that is just inherently and completely wrong. We want to be preserving life, to start with. Secondly, we want to prevent the spread of virus. And thirdly, we want to be preparing for a complete overhaul of our industry and economy in order to suffice to function once the pandemic is over, because literally every section of our society will experience liquidity problems. There will be no money, and therefore very many businesses will have to close, or they will have to be restarted from scratch. That will take years to rebuild, 3 to 5 years minimum. So just think about it. We're talking about probably 5 to 15 years ahead of unprecedented sacrifices that people have to make, particularly if you're running a small firm, if you are an entrepreneur, or if you're running a local shop. It'll be very, very difficult. But we can manage. We can do that. We can rebuild everything from scratch if we are united, if we think together, if we're all on the same page. So this campaign is exactly about that, right? So it's a campaign reminding you that this pandemic is still with us. In some parts of the world, it is growing. And as we've seen in Europe, there is a second wave of epidemic, literally spreading out in some of the countries. Yesterday, we've seen 11 countries published as being the main source of the second wave. The access to the rest of the world from these countries will be restricted. People can't travel because of the risk. And we want to make sure that people are adhering, first of all, to social distancing rules. We've seen this week, and I'm absolutely appalled by that the government had caved in to the pressure from the industry, and they were talking about reducing 2 meters. As a person who survived a similar virus in 2007, I can just tell you, simply don't even dream about it. Don't even think about it for a split second. If you're reducing the distance between yourself and other people who are potential carriers, you are endangering your own life and the lives of many, many others. So don't do it. It's not a good idea. Keep the distance, 2 meters minimum. Make sure you're always, by that I mean always, wearing some form of face covering. Your nose, your ears, and particularly your mouth will have to be covered when you are in social places. It doesn't matter where you are. It will not protect you 100%, but it will prevent some forms, some methods of the virus as it's being spread, and therefore you will be protecting to a degree yourself and others. Most importantly, if you were to accidentally sneeze, none of those droplets will disappear, go anywhere else but into the mask or your facial covering, and that will help many other people. Don't forget, if you were to be sneezing and the droplets went on the bench, somebody else sat in there, touched it, very, very shortly after it would have happened, later they touched their nose or their mouth, that could be certainly the way through which they can be infected. I'm not saying everybody would get infected, and it's obviously, as we know, all dependent on the viral load and the individual's immune system, but we've got to be resorting to the facts, to the figures and the statements of all that we scientifically know. And that needs to be our beacon of hope and our beacon of light. So please, do not go against the grain. Do not do things like illegal rave parties and various other celebrations on beaches. I've got to say, I have seen youngsters in our local park. We have a very, very large park here, which is a bit like a nature reserve. And must admit, many of them were respecting the social distancing, and you've had maybe the groups of 3 or 4, but they were very far from everyone else. You didn't have a group of 20 gathering together. I've not seen that anywhere in our local area, and applaud youngsters for that. Obviously, you've taken it up seriously, and we know that if you have a small group of people, if you are in an open area like sitting in the park, then the capacity for the virus to be spreading is much smaller compared to a confined area of a shop or theatre, cinema or supermarket, and therefore you're behaving responsibly. So I want to say to everyone, youngsters, middle-aged and older people alike, make sure you adhere to the rules. Even if the measures are reduced to a degree, adhere to the strictest possible measures for yourself. Don't go out and do shopping. Don't really spend your time in places where you shouldn't be. Do just what's barely necessary for you and your day-to-day existence, and keep yourself away from the crowds. That is the most important thing of all. Jumping on buses, using the underground, going to the places where there are lots of people mingling around is the worst possible thing you can do, because you really don't know. You don't know. We've seen from Germany, for instance, the country that tested probably the most people in Western Hemisphere. Well, I should say in America they tested many more. So I should say the country that tested probably to their utmost best of the abilities in Europe. They discovered that there are lots of people who are having no symptoms at all, but they're the carriers. So that is really a word of warning for anyone who is not familiar. Anyway, I described a bit what the status is at the moment, both in the United Kingdom and worldwide, and obviously explain to you as to why we are running this campaign. The campaign is in support of the British Red Cross, one of our most treasured, most beloved charities in Britain. We want to support our colleagues who work for the charity 100% in every way imaginable, from emotional through logistical, financial and charitable support at all times. So my campaign will last as long as possible, or as long as permitted, because as you know, all the charitable campaigns are being monitored by Charity Commission, and I will do my utmost best to be raising the profile and making sure that our young viewers and everyone else who participates here on Twitch is fully in sync and supporting, sharing, helping and donating at all times. So my dear friends, that's really all in a nutshell about the charitable fundraising, and you heard me talk about that quite a bit, and I described some other gamers and streamers a little while back who are also, like myself, Xbox ambassadors, people who were working around the clock in order to raise funds for various other good causes, and therefore we joined forces. We were in fact looking at a campaign that would be most appropriate, and we indeed find it. So therefore this is the one. We should be doing many other charitable fundraising streams, and that means it won't be just like a one-off stream, it will be an ongoing campaign, because this is a channel that is fully independent. It's based on our own self-investment. There is no revenue of any sort attached to it in terms of the channel making any money out there through, you know, any form of investment or sponsorship. And therefore I, as a person who has supported the British charities literally throughout my whole life, see that as one of the best possible ways of integrating the good causes with the current trends and what we do presently online. We've seen that gaming online is very similar to what people do on WhatsApp and other messengers, and it provides us with the opportunity to interact, to connect, share views, and indeed display the very best of humanity. And that is what really we need to see as the bottom line of the purpose as to why we are connecting online. It's not about doing things which are upsetting others or saying words which will be hurtful. We did see during the recent weeks, I've got to stress that, an avalanche of complaints coming from many female broadcasters and Twitch streamers who were raising issues related to some well-known personalities online, as well as many others who were not known. And the bottom line was that they experienced a lot of trolling, a lot of bullying, a lot of unpleasantries, and that is absolutely and utterly despicable. I have personally helped some of those streamers through my professional services, and which are obviously non-streaming, and I find it to be absolutely grotesque that somebody who is putting so much time and effort into building what they see is their own business or their own broadcasting channel or their own beacon of hope in this world, you know, the person who is then receiving unwarranted attention, receiving offensive remarks, and being at the receiving end, not just from one person, but quite a number of those who are bent on some degree of pain, hurt, destruction, unpleasantries, and in fact a number of those people who are also breaking the law. Shame on you. The world will get together and the online policing will get stronger. in the same way as the original policing, once invented, was not as effective as it is today. The same thing will happen online. I can see that Twitch and other games developers are indeed joining hands in raising the bar and setting up various methods through which people will be very severely punished if they do something which is against the terms and conditions. In fact, I did have some emails coming from people who were banned by Bethesda, by Microsoft and a couple of other companies, and they were asking me what would be the way through which they could be unblocked. And I said to them very plainly, if you're banned for life, then there must be a reason for that. There couldn't be a glitch. And if you want to be contesting, you need to go to the legal channels with your solicitors, because you actually had committed something which could have been a crime, or could have been an offence which is against the terms and conditions, and the company will have no obligation to be even looking at that unless it goes to the courts. And I believe that that's the very best way. That's very good, because people need to be respectful, of the terms and conditions when subscribing to those services, and they need to understand that these companies do have both the legal responsibility and the power to take action if necessary, if they consider it to be legal, just and appropriate. So keep all of that in mind when you're coming to this channel, because this is a channel that is heavily policed by various mods and people who are involved with Xbox ambassadors and Microsoft communities, and also all of our dedicated Destiny veterans who've been here from the day one are doing exactly the same. They keep an eye out for people who are intending to do unpleasant things and doing various other things that are considered to be completely inappropriate or in breach of both the channel and the Twitch rules. So we have the methods to which we deal with such individuals. But I thought I should mention it. I received an email from Bungie literally 10 minutes before I started with my broadcast today, and Bungie had very openly talked about the allegations against certain individuals, and they also felt that the forums which are connected to the game, most notably Destiny and some, I think, Halo as well, have not been policed as good or as well as they desired, and they will be looking at severe measures and enforcements in those areas. And they're also offering a lot of support for people to come forward if they did experience various unpleasantries or nasty things said and done to the services which in fact are run by the company. So it was very interesting to read, and they really paid a lot of attention to this. I'd say they did display a huge amount of responsibility and gave a lot of attention to the current issues, and I applaud them for that. I think Bungie are at the forefront of the best and the companies that are looking into every single detail as the facts emerge, and always make sure that they're absolutely fully in tune with their own community. So that's wonderful. But our community is here today. We are going to do some gameplay, and I look forward to more action in our Siva Heroic Strikes, and that's exactly what we'll do back to back in order to raise funds here for the British Red Cross. So I welcome you all. Thanks for listening to my introduction, all I said, and now's the time to really crack on with some action here with Warlock and with all else that is to be happening. We have kept a couple of people coming up, and we have Leopard. Leopard said hello, asking whether this is going to be a 24-hour stream, and the answer is negative. I do not support that sort of activity. 24-hour streams done by one streamer are very damaging to everyone's health, and I absolutely kind of refrain from that sort of activity, or indeed from supporting it. I believe that the best streams are between 4 to 5 hours, which in fact are optimum in terms of the duration if you are building a community, gathering subscribers and fans. And also within 4 or 5 hours you are required to have at least 5 breaks, which means every hour there needs to be a break. There's actually 20-20-20 rule, I'm not sure whether you guys know that, but 20 minutes you have hardcore activity, then you get up, you stretch around and walk around a bit, and after another 20 minutes you need to rehydrate, you need to drink something, take some water, so get some fresh air. So there's always some sort of activity, there's always rehydration, there's always something in addition to just being seated, which is what most people do whilst playing the games. I would say that's most difficult and the trickiest with PvP games, because they are in a closely defined matches where you're playing against others, and you need to remember that after every single match, particularly if they are like PUBG 25-minute matches, 30-minute matches, you need to take a break and you need to kind of clear your head, because the gaming is affecting your optic nerve and consequently it affects your central nervous system, and you can experience irregular heartbeat, you can experience palpitations, you can experience breathing problems, and that is not what we want to see. The games are not being created for that sort of collateral, so remember that. 24-hour streams are a nonsense. I'm against that, and it's, I don't know basically who invented them, and you could see that the game developers and people who are active members of the community always are voicing their concerns about that sort of gaming, and it's not supported by anyone who is very serious about this type of industry. So thank you for your question. Absolutely not here on my channel. This is my usual broadcast. The only difference is that we are running our broadcast here in order to raise funds for the British Red Cross. So I thank Leopard for asking, and Leopard was helping us yesterday with some publicity. He was trying to get some people to retweet and share information on various forums. Very, very grateful, and thank you for that, because Leopard said that he's a younger person, therefore he doesn't have any revenue, but he will ask his parents whether they can invest, and really, really appreciative of everyone or anyone who is indeed helping our fundraising effort here. And we have also Muni Chills, who's saying, hello, what's up? Hello Muni Chills, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being here today. Hope you are enjoying our introduction. We are just telling everybody all about our charitable fundraising, all that we are trying to build here on the channel through the activity, raising the profile of the charitable fundraising overall, the reasons as to why we do it, the reasons as to why I believe the gaming community is one of the best means through which funds could be generated on domestic and national and global scale. Also, I told you a bit about what charities really are and what they do, and as to why we treasure them here in the United Kingdom. That varies from country to country, but you will have other organizations that are equivalent to our charities wherever you are. Always keep this in mind. Frequently they are connected to religion or church, and all of them also require your assistance and support. So keep it in mind. We talk about the charities in the United Kingdom, but we're also supporting any form of charitable work, missionary work, or any other worldwide, regardless of irrespective of where it is. Right, the time's come for some action here in Destiny 1. As I said yesterday, we'll do strikes literally back to back, because the strike playlist give us an opportunity to engage with all of the strikes at all times in various areas of this game. They're very enjoyable, and we get sometimes people coming in. We do them in a three-piece. The only trouble there is that technically the strikes are not working as they should on Destiny 1, and yesterday on CWES we were being brought into somebody else's strike which was about to finish. People speed running, and it caused me some concerns, because that's not really interesting for the viewers. You know, it's coming to somebody else's strike right at the end, the boss is there already, nobody can see how we got there in the first place. So we'll try a few alternative routes here today. There are obviously 4 different types of strikes that we can have. We'll choose one of those that's giving us the greatest completion and a sense of fruition as we go through it. Some other Destiny gamers out there. 4400 is what most people have. Choose on 399 to find out what the score is. Oh no, I know what it is. It wasn't my... I apologize. We need to do it on my hunter. I need to change. I've done a mistake here because I've been doing my warlock on our story missions, and we're not doing story missions at the moment. We've gone to the strikes because of the charitable fundraiser. So let me see, log out. So change character. This is what we want to do. I need to have a look. Don't know what I've done in there. No, I do know we actually changed weaponry yesterday, so that's probably the reason. I don't know bother. I'll sort this out later today, once we are already done and dusted with our broadcast. Well, how is everybody? I didn't even ask. It's weird, I have to tell you, in our local area yesterday we've had temperatures exceeding 33 degrees Celsius. It was very, very hot, the hottest of the year. And today's even hotter. And I have to say, today is a bit more humid. I did feel, after I woke up, that the air was quite hot. And that didn't feel too pleasant really compared to yesterday and the last few days. Although last night, after 6 o'clock, I went out to the nature reserve and thoroughly enjoyed a bit of that cold breeze, that you get every single day. When you get there, we are on rivers. We have 4 rivers here. And that really helps. You get a bit of a refresher, unless it's really terribly humid, and it wasn't yesterday. I really enjoyed sitting in the park for a few hours and doing a few bits of admin and reading the news and connecting with some people. It was just really wonderful, and it was so pleasant. Being in a nature reserve, you're there with birds and rabbits and foxes and animals, and no people, I have to say, no people at all. And that was very, very pleasant as well. That's the way I want it at the moment. I don't want to be socializing with anyone during the pandemic, to make sure that I behave responsibly, protect my own life together with the lives of others. And today, as I said, very, very hot, and I had to close my window, make sure that everything was, properly shut, not to allow any of the hot air to come in. And it's pleasant as it is, because the building is not roasting, and that makes a big difference. And then today, like yesterday, after 6 o'clock, I'll go outside and sit in the park, sit somewhere within our beautiful nature reserve to enjoy a bit of fresh air. Because even yesterday at about 9 o'clock, that's at 9 p.m, the temperature outside was 29. And that's for Britain very, very unusual. Honestly, it's a very big difference. And I'll tell you one thing. The air quality we have at the moment is the best in the last 200 years. I'm not sure whether it's going to last, because we already had resumption of traffic. I can see that there are lots and lots of cars being suddenly driven since about a week ago, ever since the lockdown measures were slightly relaxed. But previously, you really honestly wouldn't see a single car on the road in our local area. I walked between 2 towns, and there was, on Saturday night, at 8 o'clock in the evening, not a single vehicle I would have met within a distance of about 3 miles. And that's on the main road. Not a single vehicle, not even a bicycle. It was incredible. What I'm trying to say is that because the air is so pure and very clear still, the ultraviolet effect is massive. So it's very dangerous to be walking around, because at the moment you probably have a feeling that otherwise you would have had, in the mountains like Mont Blanc or Dolomites, and the altitudes which are maybe 3,000 meters above the sea level. It means the sun is very pertinent, it's burning, and therefore you can sustain severe injury if you're not careful. And people underestimate that sort of thing. And yesterday you could really tell the difference in that humidity, which was caused by the absence of smog and pollution. If you looked up, you could see the skies being completely clear. You can really experience the nature as it is, and therefore I felt the temperatures were persisting, and there was no humidity at all. I was just like, really, it was very hot, but there was no humidity, there was no pollution. You could breathe properly. It felt a completely different type of heat. And it's for the first time ever I experienced this in Britain, honestly. 200 years ago, we've had better quality air before the Industrial Revolution kicked off. And we've been suffering and struggling with that pollution step by step for almost 2 centuries. And the question now is whether the humanity is going to really come to its senses and make sure that we protect our nature, we do something that will prevent that pollution from recurring and affecting us. And I really wonder whether the pollution was also a contributing factor with the mortality rate with COVID, because we did see that people were affected tremendously within the respiratory system, which means lungs and breathing. And in some of the areas where, not just in Britain, worldwide, where there were the greatest numbers of deaths, the air quality was actually quite poor. Severely industrialized areas where there's a lot of transition, a lot of traffic, a lot of motion, movement of people and vehicles. And I'm obviously, I'll leave it to the science to explore, but I couldn't stop thinking that polluted air didn't help. And polluted air frequently also helps the spread of any virus, because the immune system is lower down because there is fewer healthier components in the air we breathe in. Anyway, these are some studies and thoughts for another day. We talked a lot about charities and everything COVID related. We are doing our fundraiser, so if you can, please contribute by sharing on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, any other social networking forum, or donate whatever you can. If you can donate like £1 go a long way in Burundi or in Congo, the Zaire, the Central African countries, or even if you're looking at some of the countries in other parts of the world, every single penny will help, and most important, it will save lives. So remember that. Alright, so we are going to carry on with some strikes. We'll go to Vanguard, we'll go to Siva Crisis Heroic, and we have level 42 strike, level 42. Let me just see. Hard, normal. We'll go for hard. But the difficulty I had yesterday was every single strike we did, we couldn't redo it from the beginning. We were being drafted in somebody else's strike, so really annoying. But anyway, we'll do that again today, and we have full mods. These are exposure, guardian shields are increased but do not replenish. We have specialist, special weapon damage is favored. Arc damage from any source is greatly increased. And then we have the last one, which is heroic. Enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. So, not too bad, but not too good either. There we are. I just realized that the music in there was fairly loud, and it's a bit annoying because I need to be readjusting it on my system when I'm balancing out between my streams and doing other gaming that is not really connected to my broadcast. So what's the strike?
The Splicer's High Priest has crews pushing further underground in the Plague Lands. Looks like a large-scale mobilization against a hive nest.
An army of hive controlled by the Splicers would be the end of old Russia.
Could be the end of everything. The devils are evolving. Neutralize them before this goes any further, Guardian.
We've done these strikes yesterday. Oh, that's quite good. We've got 3 people in there. Maybe we are going to be able to play together with other guys right from the beginning. Yes, we are. Right. Well, that's good.
There's a series of old missile silos near the bunker. I've got reports of hive near that location.
Sounds like the place to be.
From my glimmer? Yeah. And remember, target anything that moves. Every kill gets us one less splicer or hive to be warped by Siva.
Noted.
Where's he gone? And you see that priest, that witch, wizard, whatever. The other guys are so fast. Okay. Not very
I'm
good.
picking up several concentrated Siva nodes ahead.
The Splicers are using Siva to augment the silo's old defense protocols. They've got the inner doors sealed tight. If you want to get inside, you'll need to find and destroy those Siva nodes.
I've pinpointed another Siva node.
missed him in there. These guys are really also racing. Don't enjoy really doing the speed runs, not my sort of thing. As you can see, this all just trying to get to it as quickly as possible. No. Well, maybe.
Picking up one more node. Let's go get it.
Yeah, let's go and get it. One more node in there. You know what? It's so hot in here. Can feel the difference compared to yesterday.
That's the last node. Security protocols are clear and hackable.
Okay, so I don't have to bother.
Push forward, Guardian.
Looks like the Hive aren't giving up on this territory without a fight.
Doesn't matter. Go through them.
I'm pinging new SIVA energy spikes below us. Multiple nodes, all powering another barrier. But I can't nail down their locations. The readings are too sporadic.
You know what to do, Guardian. Find those nodes, unload on them, and keep moving.
We need to keep moving. No, we'll keep moving.
It's hard to get a clean reading down here. Keep moving. The closer we get to each node, the easier they are to map.
This dreadful gas. Yeah, I'm astonished how hot it is today. It's much hotter than yesterday. Well, at least in here. Something happened because I had my window open until quite late.
Alright, still getting strong SIVA readings. There must be another node.
That gas is deadly when you're fighting Omnigol. That's not the case here.
Looks like the splicers have taken this hatchery. The Hive bioorganic architecture is still intact, but there are microbursts of SIVA activity all around us.
Used to be the Fallen would attack for resources, for survival, revenge. To invade a hive nest like this, SIVA's changed them. Stands between the Splicer's High Priest and whatever mad science he's cooking up down there.
Okay, so I need to be changing it to my
that did it. No idea what those nodes were
Galahorn.
protecting, but the barrier's down.
Okay. Ready.
This doesn't look good.
Did you find the High Priest?
Not exactly. That ogre is... well, that's disgusting.
A lot more where that came from if the High Priest isn't removed from the field.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have shanks. Gone now, I think. He's not gone. Ah, no. Well, eliminate the shanks first, because it's the shanks that are really doing the business in here. Everything but what I really need.
Let's get a closer look at that thing. Makes you wonder what they're willing to do to us.
Sounds like you're about to find out. Eyes up, Guardian.
Eyes up, Guardian. Oh, that Oyga sneaks up from behind me. Boo. The trouble is that I decrease my volume. In the strikes, the noise is so massive that you can't hear a thing. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for being a pal. I really appreciate it. Careful with this. Oh, I haven't got anything. Okay, we're in the business. I'm not so dead. Come on. Yeah, I need. Oh, he's gone. Okay. All right, we've done him. So that's cool.
What a mess. The High Priest wasn't looking to build a hive slave army. He was just removing their body parts to be joined with Siva.
Bioengineering's become the Splicer's main MO. We're lucky to have dropped their High Priest before he could perfect any of this madness, but
lucky.
It's gotta make you wonder.
Well, we're not really lucky.
What other perversions are they planning?
What are the perversions are they planning is the question. The answer is negative. I have no idea what the perversions are. But they're probably quite bad. Right, I need to get some water. I need to get a breath of fresh air. It's getting very, very hot in here, so bear with me. Take a short 2-minute break, and once I come back, we'll carry on with back-to-back SIVA Heroic Strikes. So stay with us. This is a charitable stream, the charitable fundraising for the British Red Cross. So if you're watching on various platforms, inclusive of Twitter, Periscope, YouTube, Twitch, and all the other ones, then please make sure you share the postings. Share the postings on my Twitter and Instagram. Share them with your community members through your social networking. Make sure people become aware of the British Red Cross charitable fundraising campaign. All of us are running it through Tiltify. And please share the information. If you feel that you cannot contribute, if you can, just donate, really. Shillings and pence will do, because guess what? With many people watching and participating, we'll be able to raise the revenue for our beloved charity, the British Red Cross. The charity has been run for more than 150 years, helping those in the need, not just in our country, but also worldwide. So remember that this is a fundraising charitable stream, and please do contribute, do share forces with other gamers and other people worldwide by raising the profile, by raising the awareness of the charitable campaign, and also the profile of the British Red Cross. I'm taking a break for 5 minutes. I'll be back in a little while, and then we'll carry on with our SIVA Heroic Strikes here in Destiny 1. Here we are. We are back, my friends, and I've got to tell you, it is absolutely scorching hot outside. I don't know what's going on. The difference in temperature is incredible, and maybe it is because it's the second day on the trot that the whole area here in my building is being exposed to the sun, and we've had no rain or anything chilly during the night. So I think the walls, the concrete, the tarmac, they didn't really manage to get a breather overnight, as it was really hot. 29 degrees after 9 o'clock p.m. yesterday. Unbelievable. Just bear with me a sec. I avoided a sneeze. It's to do with this air that I just managed to bring in here. Yeah, so it's very, very hot, scorching hot. So I can tell all of our UK-based gamers, please make sure you're not going out now. Go out after 5 or 6 o'clock p.m. where UV radiation is not as high as it is today, as it is right now, I should say, because the scientists were warning about this yesterday, and it was very, very bad. And if you're wondering why is it so much worse, well, the reason is simple. Our atmosphere is quite different at the moment due to the lockdown, which was lasting in our country for almost 3 months. I know that the traffic has been kind of hotting up a bit during the last 7 to 10 days. So the air is getting polluted yet again, but not to the same degree. And don't forget, the air traffic was not up and about for 3 months, and still isn't. And that really makes a big difference high up in the atmosphere. So it means that the sunshine can be really kind of puncturing through with ease. There aren't any obstacles, there isn't anything in the air, albeit invisible to the naked eye, that can be lessening the effects of UV rays. Therefore, if you're out and if you want to get some sunbathing, you are to do that before 9 o'clock in the morning and after 6 o'clock p.m., not during those other hours, because you're risking your health. You can get seriously burnt, and then you know what can happen. Skin cancers and all other diseases could simply cave in. And you really need to make sure you're not there during the hottest part of the day. It's the best thing to do is having some nice cool drinks, like water with lemon and maybe some nice orange juice, some non-alcoholic, I wish to stress that, cocktails that will keep you cool. And then guess what, you can have your PlayStation or Xbox switched on and enjoy your favorite games. There isn't a better time to do that but today or now. And I just reminded, in fact, of the exploration, the archaeology that I'm doing presently on Sony's answer to Netflix, but obviously for the games. And you have more than 700 games you can access instantly. It's quite a variety. There are lots of different games that you never heard of, many indie games, lots of those that were available on other platforms in the past, such as Switch and Android. And I've actually allocated a task. I want to get through all 700, come what may, and I'll do like 10 per day, just to have a look and to find out what these games are like. Because, like any other gamer, I have my own kind of niche preferences. I like certain types of games more than others. And I need to say that I've been quite biased towards sports games. So I never played golf or basketball or football or racing online ever for 1 minute, right? And this will be an opportunity for me at least to have a look at some of those and experience some of the activities. I've been very drawn to the recent Forza on Xbox, as it is also a very good tourist guide for the United Kingdom. You're driving literally through every single town and village that we have, and it's a very good way of finding out what these villages look like. If you've been to them 20, 30 years ago, what they look like today. And I'm due to do this on Xbox. But anyway, cut the story short, I discovered some absolutely terrific games. They're really wonderful, and I've never heard of them. And I'm quite certain you probably never heard of them either. The games that didn't get enough publicity, coming from indie developers, but are really, really enjoyable. Some platformers, some old arcade-style games, and also there was some resembling Halo and Destiny. What was the one? I can't, just bear with me, I'll have a look, I'll tell you what that one's called. The game that's very similar to Destiny and Halo is called Alien Rage, and I did see this game quite a while back, and I never played it. And it's a bit darker than these other two combined. It does have the aura of Alien for some reason. It just seemed like really dark. It looked like you were walking through darkened corridors, but also it does have Half-Life in its design and the overall approach to the main character. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was done for PlayStation 3, so therefore it will come across as a bit darker if played on PS4 without proper remaster, the proper conversion. And what I find sometimes a bit disturbing is these games, when streamed, they have a slight lag, and that lag's invisible, to the naked eye. It's affecting your brain, so I really can feel a bit funny very, very quickly after I play these games. And I've experienced that recently as I played, or I should say I compared, Borderlands, the Game of the Year edition, through PlayStation Now services, and then I've done it on Xbox Game Pass. On Game Pass I downloaded the game, and it's just like absolutely perfectly smooth, you can tell it was like the way it should be. But PS Now services, it had this lag, and I really felt funny after playing it for a while. I didn't even play it for long, maybe an hour. So really something to keep in mind. If you are perhaps a bit of a mature gamer, you need to really pay attention to these kinds of issues, because every single time you switch a console on, it tells you the games do have an effect which is quite sensitive on your brain. And regardless of the fact whether you have any form of EEG abnormality or not, you need to watch out for these signs, and I certainly do. And the games that affect me the most are kind of high-octane PvP games like Apex or PUBG or Warzone, where if you were doing them on a longer stretch, you would feel that you're biologically affected. It's the concentration, it's the speed, it's the attention, most importantly, it's the lag that is present on those games once you do them. Less so with Warzone. Warzone is a very, very smooth, brand new battle royale offered by Activision and Call of Duty teams, so it works a lot better. But on the other two, I really felt that quite a bit, particularly in PUBG recently. I hammered it for a few weeks, and I wouldn't say I felt unwell, but I felt the threshold was there after a certain number of matches. And it's to do also with the fact that the game's performing technically very, very poorly at the moment, and not sure what they're doing, but they really need to sort it out. There's a lot of lag and delay, and therefore optic nerve really registers that quite a bit. Irrespective of my internet speed, it just doesn't perform well. Lots of people complained if you looked it up on the forums. So Alien Rage is highly recommended to everyone and anyone who was entering Destiny or Halo universe. You will find it to be very interesting, and it does have this Halo combat kind of in-game mechanics. It appears to be a much darker game in its visuals. And I'll do it bit by bit, playing it 10-15 minutes every day, and I get to it eventually. The other game I quite liked was ABC Murders, Hector Poirot, based on Agatha Christie, which is an interesting combination of the old style kind of point-and-click computer game. It does have, obviously, Agatha Christie's story. Hector Poirot is the detective investigating unexplained murders in various parts of Britain. And it's a combination of RPG, storytelling, of course, with lots of interactivity, many characters, and then puzzles. And the puzzles are insanely difficult. So if you're entering that game, beware of the puzzles. You perhaps will need some assistance, from your community or maybe through the internet walkthroughs, because otherwise you'll be stuck on some of them for quite a while. And in fact, although they appear to be incredibly difficult, if you knew the resolution, like for instance, I was doing a puzzle with a chest that had like small rows attached to it. You need to make sure that the rows comes to the very central section, and it's literally 2 simple clicks on 2 different circles, and it's just 1 click towards the left on both of these circles. It's just plain and simple, and I've spent probably about 3 hours trying to resolve it, and I've done it the wrong way around. As soon as you start turning the circles, if they go the wrong way, it's becoming a bit difficult to bring them back to the required position. So these 2 games are very enjoyable. I played them quite a bit, and then discovered quite a number of other games as well, and I'll tell you all about them maybe on another day, because I need to make a list. You know, when you're skimming through like 10, 15, 20, 30 games, it's a bit hard to remember every one of the titles. But I was very surprised with how much I enjoyed platformers, because rarely do I play them, but they're really enjoyable and really funny. Similar to Ori. If you played Ori and Will o' the Wisps on Xbox, you will know the concept. Ori is a beautiful family-friendly game with lots of absolutely delightful sequences and activities, and I guess these ones that I tried were predecessors, but very, very funny, very family kind of oriented, and definitely thoroughly enjoyable. And there was also one game that reminded me of XCOM. It was the same sort of fight against the aliens, and I'll tell you what the game's called, actually, just bear with me. Alienation, right? Alienation was that game, very similar to XCOM. Also on PS now they have XCOM board games, so I'll definitely enjoy them and try them, because I played on Xbox the sequel. It was offered as part of the Ultimate Freebie Days, which is on the weekend, and really, really enjoyed it. In fact, I didn't have enough time to progress forward massively, which is of no concern, as I have the game on PS9. Obviously, I can simply hop in and carry on where I left off on Xbox. Actually, not really. I need to restart from the beginning. But considering I haven't gone that far, it'll be all nice and easy. What else did I do? There were a couple of other games. I'll tell you all about them once I make a list, and I'll be able to recommend. We'll do like a recommendation or sort of a rundown on what's presently accessible on PS Now. They've changed the system somewhat. Initially, they had a solid static number of games that were always there, and the vast majority of them were released on PS4 and PS3. But presently, they're also throwing in lots of blockbusters on a time-limited period. So if you are interested in games like God of War or Uncharted 2 and No, it was Dishonored 2. There was something else. Spider-Man, I think, recently. Well, you need to really hop in and crack on with the game, because you'll have anything between 30 and 90 days to complete, which is plenty. But you need to be obviously keeping in mind the cut-off date. If you're on PlayStation, you also need to be saving the data. There is a bit of a tricky, bit of a fiddly system where once you play the game on the streaming services, you need to separately basically save that information, how far you got, through PlayStation Plus. So you need to do this manually, it's not automated, and that really is a bother, because I played God of War and Horizon Zero Dawn, and I've gone quite far on both these games, didn't keep the cut-off date in my diary, and then they basically, on a particular, obviously the scheduled date, removed the games from PlayStation Now services, and guess what? As they removed the games, so did my saves go as well. And therefore, if I'm to be playing this game again, I have to start from scratch, which is going to be of no concern, as those games are absolutely phenomenal. They're some of the best games ever made, and you can always replay them with even greater joy. I remember doing God of War with my younger brother, and he kind of loved it and enjoyed it and all this, and then didn't save any information. Well, actually, I wanted to restart from the beginning, and for me it was even more enjoyable as I replayed, because I knew some of it, and it just seemed like a game that has a very, very lengthy shelf life. You can watch the visuals, you can enjoy the dialogue, you can up the difficulty level for the combat, and every angle is just completely wonderful. Yeah, and also the other thing I want to tell you, the game I'm presently loving playing and engaging with every single day for at least an hour is The Last of Us 1, and I'm doing it in its remastered edition. That edition is much superior to the original. It has better quality graphics, much superior sound. It's very eerie, very atmospheric, very dark, very brutal at times, and very scary. If you're playing the game on a very good system like the one I have, you are really fully immersed in that absolutely deadly hostile environment that Ellie and Joel are facing as they carry on through the story missions of the game. And it's really quite similar to Resident Evil, because it does have the automated checkpoints. I guess contrary to the Capcom masterpiece, in here you can also manually save, which is of assistance. I don't like replaying the same thing again and again. The old days I kind of managed it or digested it, but today, you know, with the modern system of gaming, I don't find it particularly enjoyable. I know it's a particular highlight for the hardcore veterans of survival games, because they like doing everything in one go, and obviously they're killed to start from the beginning. So it's all about the attention skill and, you know, other things you build as you carry on through the activity. And you have plenty of that in The Last of Us 2. You have several difficulty levels, so obviously you can replay the game and then up the difficulty, which will make it more challenging for you. And if there's one thing that maybe did catch my eye, was the fact that the remastered edition is a bit dark. So it does come across in certain areas as really dark. But I thought maybe they've done this in purpose, for you not to be able to see the enemy or the hostility coming from certain ends. In order to keep you on your toes, you have to be faster, more receptive to the sound, maybe more than the visuals. You know, like if you were yourself in a darkened corridor in a kind of underground tunnel, you may not see everything, but you'll hear lots of things. So the enhancement of the sound was definitely placed in there in order to kind of engage you more and more with the fear, the terror that is surrounding them. So not really a game for everyone. It does have a very noble component, because Joel lost his daughter as he was trying to obviously get away from the infection together with her, and she got killed in crossfire. That's right at the beginning of the first game. And then he's helping Ellie to get through it. So I'm really loving it. I progressed quite far already, and I will obviously replay it on harder difficulty levels as I go along, because I will know the ins and outs of, well, we'll have to see. Maybe as we play on the harder difficulty levels, maybe there will be more enemies, maybe there will be greater challenges. I'm not sure, we'll see. Had built through the Uncharted series, and they obviously released last week one of the most hotly anticipated games of recent years, the decade I should say, The Last of Us 2, the sequel. And I must admit, the reception during the first few days has been very, very poor. Metacritic already have more than 50,000 reviews, which indicates the game was not particularly good. So they gave it, like, I think overall ratings are 3.2 out of 10, and that's shockingly bad. And I can say that lots of people jumped on the bandwagon of rubbishing the game and trashing all the activity, which I personally think is appalling. But guess what? The main reason for the displeasure is the assumptions about the story that were made on the internet, and completely invented. None of them were having anything to do with the developer, and they were just like floating around in the same way as you've had the rumors on Destiny 3, right? So you heard Destiny 3 is coming out in November 2020, and this is going to be the story. They gave the whole story of Destiny 3. Who wrote it? Had absolutely nothing to do with Bungie. Who was inventing and imagining these were the things to happen? When we've heard from Bungie that certainly for the next 3 to 4 years, Destiny New Light is going to be just continuously evolving as one integrated Destiny world. It's nonsense, really. Similar to fake news. If you believe some of that rubbish which is circulated on the net, then simply you should just forget about everything, right? So I can't believe that people who are like real hardcore veterans of The Last of Us, the original game, are so angry. So I looked it up, researched a bit, and in fact, in addition to the leaks or so-called invented storyline, or the narrative that's non-existent, there are some serious displeasures about the way the actual story is run. So I'm not going to tell you ins and outs of it because it will give you spoilers, but lots of people are asking for the last section of the game to be completely rewritten or remade. And, you know, The Last of Us is not like Destiny where you have a big world with sections thrown in which you can pull out and change. It's a linear storytelling game of survival. They need to change the whole game in order to do that sort of thing. But the pressure, they even actually kicked off with a petition. And the petition, they want to, I think, generate more than a couple of million signatories, where they want the whole last section of the game to be remade. They feel it's not right, it's wrong. And on one hand, I'm in two minds about this. On one hand, I feel it is ridiculous, right? Why on earth would you want the whole game to be redone just to be obviously featuring the characters or the developments which are tailored to your taste? It's wishful thinking, it's the resources, the investments, everything else that is needed for that sort of thing. It's obviously possible to create the director's cut, or a game that's broken different chapters and you give different outcomes. It's all possible. It's down to Naughty Dog to decide on what line of action they'll pursue. But at the same time, as well as I feel a bit outraged by that sort of approach, I find it to be endearing. And it's funny, it's probably for the first time in the video game industry that I'm experiencing this. So it's on one hand I'm enraged, and the other, it's a sense of endearment there. And I find it extraordinary that the gamers feel so much for the lead character. They absolutely live her. They are her. They become her. And it really gives you an example through which the game community in specific games is becoming more and more an active part of that world, which is presented in the format of a single video game. And that is remarkable. Really similar to the film industry, you have films where you really feel for those characters that you watch on the screen, and you kind of want to see that film 20, 30 times because it really kind of connects with your heart and with your emotions, your experience of life and everything else. And the fact that this is emerging in the video game industry is remarkable. And I did have a few games during the last decade which were sort of holding the beacon or kind of pushing the envelope for that sort of activity. But I think in this instance that is bigger and greater than ever before. And this is a huge success for Mr. Druckmann and his team, because even if they don't see it, they really built a story and created characters that are so dear to the gaming community. They hold them with such importance. It's almost like a matter of life and death for the gamer, not just for the characters in the game. And that's remarkable. So that will provide Naughty Dog with huge opportunities. And I'm quite curious to see how they'll tackle it. I'm quite certain they'll provide extra content. And the game also had sold in the way which was not expected, to the phenomenal heights. It's the best-selling ever Sony PlayStation exclusive in literally just one weekend. So it's surpassing any other Sony exclusive, and that's extraordinary. So you could just well imagine what figures we are talking about in here. So it's like a massive interest for the game, and not surprising, the game had a lot of publicity, and also they had a lot of promotion. They had many live presentations on site, with big kind of gaming events. I've attended one of those in Zagreb last year, and this was at the Infogamer. It was absolutely phenomenal. We watched the trailers and some gameplay on a massive big cinema screen, and it was really quite something. I have to say, thoroughly enjoyed it. It looked very creepy and scary and exciting. It would draw you in to buy the game, to try the old one as you anticipate the sequel. And I think that's the collateral. On the other hand, you have a very lovable character that you follow in there, and you kind of identify with the struggle. And it's a bit like with films that are being retold through the eyes of a child. You really have a different sort of bonding with the activity. You kind of connect with the story through a different pair of eyes, and it's down to the director how he's to kind of bring you in and tie you in emotionally. But I think Druckmann and his team really succeeded, and that's just absolutely requiring a massive round of applause, even if they're feeling a bit unhappy with the criticism and all the other flack that's come their way since last Friday. But sometimes that provides new opportunities, and the degree of engagement within the first weekend was phenomenal. I mean, the number of reviews by Monday, so it's like literally 3 days from the first hour of its release. The Last of Us 2 generated more reviews than any other game in modern history. And it was just not just the reviews, it was the interactivity, all the things that would have come in there at once amongst all the different characters who are participating, and that's all the gaming is about. You want connection, you want interactivity, and that was really at the highest possible level. It wasn't just on online forums, you had it through Twitch streams where various communities were discussing the game. You've had it through podcasts, you've had it through live streams of major hubs like Push Square and IGN and Games Radar. So it was like overall engagement literally taking over the whole video gaming industry platform during those days, and still carrying on. The debate is raging, the petition is being signed, and you know, it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary how things are progressing. And there was also what was it? Trying to think who said this. It was one of the big bosses from, and it wasn't Phil Spencer from Microsoft, it was someone else, but there was a discussion raised on the actual overall length of any given game, because the tendency at the moment is for the games like Destiny and Fallout 76 and, you know, the never-ending worlds to be built in there without a proper ending. That will enable a very lengthy shelf life, new DLC thrown in. So this executive said, personally, he quite liked having the games that would have 20-hour content, and then once you complete the game, you can actually hop on and try another. And I think it's a very important milestone, because the gaming industry is similar to the film genres, will have to provide you with lots of different opportunities and different types of experiences. So the games like Fallout 76 and Destiny are not for everyone. They're for certain types of gamers, albeit they can attract very many people, because like in Destiny, you can do PvP, PvE, then two others join together. You can do story missions, you can do strikes, you can do the Crucible when you tackle other guys, you can do patrols, you can do some puzzles, you got all sorts of activities depending on your particular taste, and they probably will make it even more easily accessible, so people will be able to access it, you know, more easily to what they can at the moment. But on the other hand, you know, games like Detroit Become Human, or Beyond Two Souls, or The Last of Us, right? The games that have a linear storytelling and are shorter in duration. Their replayability is due to other factors. They're not to do with this kind of infinite content. And I think this is a very, very good place to be, so that we have that choice, and that we don't have that pressure for which lots of indie companies and, you know, smaller games would just simply fall out because they don't belong to that trend. And it's like every film needs to be a blockbuster. Well, it doesn't. You can have a blockbuster like Black Panther, or, you know, the Avengers series, or Star Wars, and then you can have other films, you know, quirky sci-fi films that do not require that massive budget, but they have certainly the aura of the genre and pursue a different viewpoint. So I really applaud developers for discussing it and finding out perhaps new spaces for less well capitalized companies to carry on. And once we get to Christmas, once we have new consoles and Project X Cloud, I think we'll see quite an expansion of the overall industry. And I think people are very drawn to various streaming platforms. And what draws them to it is, well, two things. One is, first of all, connectivity and interactivity. And that is what is certainly appealing to many younger people worldwide. That is 35 and under. And then on the other hand, you will have games like The Last of Us that are very immersive. You really feel for the character. And sometimes you really want to be even more fully immersed, where you are getting in with other friends and enjoying a survival escape from certain environment. So, we have Sikapupu in here. Hello Sikapupu, how are you doing? Good King. About a selection of new games out there, and some of my recent experiences, and some of the news coming from the executives in terms of how the industry is progressing. In other words, the big games like Destiny and Fallout 76 with the infinite content without the clearly defined duration, VS versus the games that last for 15 or 20 hours. And I should say also the third lot is PvP, like Battle Royale, Apex and PUBG. Very, very popular. They don't have much content, but it's all about the competitive engagement, as if you were doing a football match. It's that sort of thing. So 3 different directions in the industry. And yeah, so we just have to, I guess, sit back and wait to see what happens once the new consoles and the xCloud come out, and how this is going to be affecting the industry. I just certainly foresee a lot more engagement from many more people worldwide, greater connectivity, and I personally want to see Twitch streams and generally live streaming on different platforms to become a bit more socially aware, so that we would have charitable fundraisers like the one I'm doing presently here for the British Red Cross, and other people getting together with fundraisers and doing, you know, activities that will raise the awareness and bring benefits. I'm always reminded of Shroud's generosity when he had people who were experiencing severe hardship on his streams, and he would just simply ask his members to help, and everybody would listen to him and help. You know, people would donate £1 or $2 or $3 to this particular person. Suddenly they were able to tackle the difficulty which they were facing in their everyday life in the local community, and that's wonderful. That's absolutely fantastic. That is the kind of streaming, and these are the broadcasters that we want to be absolutely embracing and supporting, because not just that they're very kind, human and generous and utterly noble, they also are supporting the causes which are frequently in this present day and age world forgotten or not given enough attention. And I think that is what I absolutely always want to applaud. Okay, so I've told you all about these games, told you all about my recent activities, told you all about charities and what we do presently here in order to raise funds for the British Red Cross. So if you're a viewer, if you are a community member, if you are somebody who just popped in to have a look to see what Destiny was about, keep in mind my current streams are all here in order to raise funds, not for myself, but for this very noble cause. The cause is supporting the British Red Cross, the charity that works worldwide, albeit based in the UK, that helps everyone who is disadvantaged due to illness, pandemic, war, famine, or natural disaster in any corner of the planet. The British Red Cross has been absolutely instrumental and pivotal in what we did here in the United Kingdom through our fight against the global pandemic, and therefore we want to provide them with as much exposure and awareness and support as possible. So if you are a viewer, then please share the postings which are on my Instagram and Twitter, share them with your community, or indeed if you wish to contribute, you can simply click on the link. The link is here. I'll put it here very clearly for everyone to see, although I've already had it posted several times. And you can simply click on the link and donate, and your contribution will be greatly appreciated. I thank you all in advance for contributing, for sharing, for spreading the view, spreading the awareness amongst our gaming communities worldwide. I'm completely and utterly grateful from the bottom of my heart to everyone who has been supporting it so far. Had lots of good responses since yesterday. Yesterday was our first charitable fundraising stream here on my channel, and will carry on as long as possible in order to support this noble cause. Right, so we are now going to crack on with some serious action. Sekapupu is here. Do you want to join us, Sekapupu? Do you want to be live on air? Do you want to be doing some strikes together with us? Because presently I'm doing just strikes. So just let me know whether you're interested, whether you can join us. If you can, then I'll bring you in. If you can't join us, then I will just crack on with the strikes. So just let us know as soon as you can. And whilst I'm waiting for Sekapupu to tell us, I'm going to have some water and have a breath of fresh air. Well, I'm not hearing from Sekapupu, so I believe he... Okay, Sekapupu says that presently he is not on his PlayStation 4, therefore you can't join. No worries, no worries. I guess you probably have your PC or you have your Xbox, but unfortunately Destiny 1 as yet is still not cross-platform, and we are certainly hoping that from 22nd of September it will be. Sekapupu says, I have my PC on me. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Sekapupu, what games are you playing on PC? I'm quite curious. Are you taking up the opportunity that Microsoft is providing you with to download many of the games that are on Game Pass directly to your PC? Are you doing this? Because they have some absolutely terrific games there which are PC compatible. And I think they're probably looking better than on Xbox if you have like a top-notch gaming rig. I've seen quite a number. They've advertised in, well, they advertise every week through This Week on Xbox, and I've not really used any of it because presently I'm not using my computer for gaming. But definitely there will be some advantages, I think, for anyone who likes FPS. Well, Sekapupu, I can recommend you one game that I've been talking about earlier, and the game I want to recommend you is Alien Rage, right? And I'm not sure whether you played the game. It is available on PlayStation Now services, so that's similar to Xbox Game Pass. Alien Rage is very similar to Halo and Destiny. It's a similar sort of loot and shooter sci-fi type of game, but it looks a bit darker. The overall aura is somewhere within the range of Alien, you know, like a sci-fi, dark kind of sci-fi thriller, the kind of film noir, not necessarily film noir, it's a very dark sci-fi up there in the space, and it also does have the auspices of Half-Life. It did remind me of Half-Life quite a bit with some of the tunnels and corridors and the facilities on various planets, but Alien Rage is a very good game, and I had it on my radar for a while. I've never played it, but presently I'm going through PlayStation Now services, all the games there one by one, and I'll literally go through every single game that is on it, right? Because I got very annoyed with myself considering I paid already, I think £160 for my, more, £260 for my few years of subscription, and sadly only played a limited number of games on the service due to my broadcasting here. So I said to myself, well, that's actually really not acceptable. The benefit of being able to access all the games on Game Pass and PS Now is that you can access them at any time, and you can, you know, play them as much as you want, and that's exactly what I'll do. So I'm doing it. I'm just literally going through all the games on the list, and there are obviously some that really catch my eye or I like better, and the idea is to be experiencing a bit of the game and then coming back to it at a later stage if I really find them really enjoyable. And the two I'm doing at the moment are Alien Rage and ABC of Murders, and that's the Hector Poirot, you know, the Agatha Christie ABC of Murders. A very nice, very enjoyable and funny RPG with puzzles, a proper old-style point-and-click PC adventure game. Sekapupu says, Nota, Destiny 2 and Terraria. Yeah, terrific games to be played on PC, and I think Sekapupu told us, together with Captain Jack and a couple of other guys from the US, that if you want to get the very best visuals on Destiny 2, then you've got to do it on your PC because the visuals are superior. And I really completely agree, because I did watch some of the streams from the gamers that were doing Destiny 2 on PC, and they're much superior to what we get on even you know, the PlayStation Pro or Xbox One X consoles. So you have better resolution, greater clarity in the detail, and obviously you'll have much advantage when it comes to aiming if you're playing the PvP. So Sekapupu is rocking it there in the Crucible. I can tell you that, considering that he had hammered it on both games, and I'm sure that using the keyboard is giving you a tremendous advantage. Right. I nearly said I've run out of things to say, but that isn't the case. That never happens to me. But we really need some action, and we'll crack on with some more Siva heroic strikes. Today we talked a lot, and the whole purpose of our charitable streams is to be connecting with many members of our community, old and new, and also to provide us with some activity. I think ideally I would want to have many participants here with Destiny 1, people who would pop in, we do the Crucible together, maybe a few tournaments, we do a few strikes, you know, the proper community-based activities. But that's very hard at the moment due to the pandemic. Not everyone has access to the internet, and also in addition to that, not many people are playing Destiny 1. I thought that with the announcement coming from Bungie a couple of weeks ago, we'd have an increase on the sheer volume, but that's not happened. The number of streamers and viewers on Twitch, the Destiny channel on Twitch, has been very, very poor. So we have anything between 10 to 25 viewers on average per day, and then if you are talking about Fridays and Saturdays when people do raids, maybe 150 to 300. That's very, very poor compared to the way things were in the past. This channel was at one stage very, very busy with Destiny veterans. We had literally everyone coming in because I played and streamed Destiny every single day. Gone back to that recently, and the participation from the community members has not been its faint shadow compared to the way things were in the past. But nevertheless, we are here for our veterans and for our community members, and we'll carry on until 22nd of September. After that, we'll have to reconsider, because Destiny 1 is going to be fully incorporated. It's going to be part of Destiny 2, and we'll have story missions and strikes fully present in Destiny New Light universe. So very curious to see what these remastered, reworked, new, I should say, revamped story missions are going to look like, the way they're going to be interacting with the rest of the content. So that will be very exciting, and evidently we'll do a lot of that here on my channel once they come out. And presently we are just carrying on with the usual. So that is going to be one of the Sivas. If you've already gone through the mods, you'll know that the mods are exposure, Guardian shields are increased but do not replenish, specialist weapon damage is favored, arc burn, arc damage from any source is greatly increased, heroic enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. So we have all not appear to be difficult. I've done a couple of strikes today with a team of 3, and we just walked through them. On the other hand, the characters I've done the strikes with, they have absolutely supreme weapons. All of them were, you know, the pinnacle weapons, the top notch, and therefore they were able to eliminate bosses with such ease that everything seemed pedestrian, but that usually isn't the case. Also, I want to say to Sekopupu, if you were to be doing some of the strikes on your own, beware of glitches. I've had a couple of strikes a few days ago where, you know, you'd have bosses popping up where they shouldn't, and then not the main boss, but the penultimate, or the third one in line, would appear to be much more powerful than the actual final boss. So the maintenance is not provided, I don't think, properly, and that's causing
That's Rasputin, the AI Warmind. If I'm understanding him correctly, it's a distress call. There are so few ballet fans left, Guardian.
I think we were doing this one before. Might be mistaken, but I think we've done it before already today.
Plus, I'm actually not that great at math, so...
What is going on in there? I'm brought into somebody else's game by the looks of it. Okay. What was that? Why was I killed so easy? Thank you for reviving me, appreciate it. the damage. Look at that.
I've got access. Let's go.
Okay. That seemed really funny. Did not say that. It's like really, he was really strong. Okay. The ghost is there.
I'm detecting comm signals deep in the vault.
Anyone with a radio could
That's
have picked
odd.
up Rasputin's distress call. If we don't
So
shut
that
it
I
down,
got
half the
killed by
Cosmodrome
one of
could
the
be at his front
captains.
door.
Was there a captain in there? Odd. This is very strange. Disrupt Rasputin's defenses. From here I got hit. Oh no. That was too quick. Thank you.
I can try to override his system locks, but Rasputin's reaction to a hack might be extreme. Must be some other way to bypass his systems.
Yeah, I need this as well.
He's not happy.
You're through. That's all that matters right now.
This arc energy is coming from the depths of Rasputin's power grid. It's similar to what we use to power the city, but its drift velocity is totally different than ours. Fascinating.
Look at that. Quite a few shanks are coming our way. So what happened? Why did I die? Oh, it's a bit glitched, I think. Don't you? I was literally standing in the middle. Couldn't have been hit by any of that electricity, I don't think. Not respawning either. Oh, he did revive him there then, okay. Alright. Explode a shank. Exploded in my face. Get out of there by the look of it. Thank you. I need to get out of here. This is not going to be good. That position is dodgy. We're struggling in here, my goodness. Stream froze. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought there was that shank behind me. Two of them. I'm wondering what our friends are doing wrong in there. They're picking up that relic and they're not bringing it up, I think. Thank you. No, it wasn't me. Golem. I got rescued in there. Yeah, that's really a very good mask. I got that mask myself. Oh. So where's our friends? Hang on. Hang on. He's alive. I could see what went wrong in there. Collect some of that heavy ammunition. Okay. Literally tore everything to shreds. Nothing left in there. Wrong way.
As a fellow inorganic life form, I just want to note that Rasputin has a much better setup than I do. He has a secret bunker with space weapons. I live in your backpack.
So Kapupu, what's the temperature there where you are? We're enjoying like 34 today here in Britain. It's unbelievably hot. Deadly. A real scorcher. What happened in there? Why did it die? Высокий приоритет. I understand that that's very high priority. What do I want?
That shank's been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out. Zavala, these breaches are a serious threat. Has the Vanguard tried to reach out to him recently? Get him to understand
this
we're
boss
allies.
was eliminated with these. It's funny that we were struggling with the relic, but I think the area was glitched.
Noted.
In the meantime, I'm sending a team to seal the vault. All thanks to you, Guardian. Impressive work.
Impressive works. Sakapupu says that it is 28 degrees in Finland. Well, we are having 34 in here, and it was about 32, 33 yesterday in my local area. So for me, it's an absolute non-starter to go anywhere before 6 o'clock p.m. and that's exactly what I'll do today. I'll go out and I'll go to my nature reserve. There's no people in there at all, and then I'll go and get a falafel. Finally, after 3.5 months, I was able to get really good falafels. There's a place nearby. It's actually in my town. It's in the town next door, and I've had quite a few falafels since, and they make absolutely fantastic falafels. They're amongst the best I've ever had. The best falafel I had in Britain is in a place that is called Lebanese Grill, and that is in Elephant and Castle, for anyone who's familiar with London and South London really. And anytime I go to the Cinema Museum, I always pop in and I have a big falafel there, because they make everything from scratch. They actually make falafel for you. You know, the falafel balls
when a powerful part of
whilst
the
you're
network is
waiting,
lost,
so it'll be freshly made to order with lots of salads and whatever else you want, and it's a really big meal. Only £5.
Not destroyed.
And funny enough, the falafel I've been having in my local area is also £5, which is fantastic, considering that some other places had raised the prices for falafel wraps as they became increasingly popular. So frequently you get them for £7, which I think is a bit excessive. But on the other hand, kebabs also went up price-wise. Takeaways are now like £9 or £10, and very, very high prices really for that. Remember the days when I was having it for £3, but
a series of concentric barriers
that
around
has
the bridge
long gone, my friends,
They
unfortunately.
protect the time bridge and seek to undo what we have done.
Just, yeah, that's been long gone. Can't talk anymore. My brain's gone into some sort of weird zone due to this heat. I'm really badly affected by high temperatures, much more so than, for instance, with low
She's right.
temperatures, much
Find an
before
arc
low
source. You
temperatures.
can use it to short out the barriers.
We didn't deal with these guys. These shanks are a true menace. Oh, there's another shank in there. What? Go away. I think the area was glitched in there. Don't you think, Sakapupu? You know, the area with shanks and electricity. I thought there were too many shanks in there, and they were too hard to kill. That was my feeling, because there were the three of us, and the other guys were real Destiny veterans, you could tell, and they literally leveled everything else, but that kept being prolonged quite a bit. Okay, I wanna follow him, make sure that he's alright. Oh, we're doing it with the same geo, which is really pretty good. Drag killed me. That's one big boo. Sakapupu says that the difficulty level is intended. It is, but did you not see that two other sections of the strike were uneven? They were too easy compared to the medium section. And I had the same yesterday with, you know, with that Gate Lord. But Gate Lord was impossible to kill. And then the final boss was just gone in seconds. And we used the same weapons and everything. It's really weird. But what's good is I have two chums in there who obviously are bent on causing destruction here, and they want to stick with Destiny, so that's really good. And we probably can do a few more strikes. The problem I had yesterday was every single time I did Sivas, I was being brought towards the end of somebody else's strike. You know, it's like literally right at the end. And then when I tried it again, the same thing kept happening, and it was very annoying. sorted. That's good. Shanks. Okay. Oh no, I thought he was hit. He actually managed to get through. Oh, they make it easy for me. I can be just a spectator considering how powerful they are.
You've proven you're a threat. Be ready, Guardian. Their fear has turned to anger.
Yeah, this is glitched. Definitely. Because there should be many mine enemies in here. There's hardly anyone. They're not doing the maintenance, you know. That's the trouble, so therefore the strikes are uneasy. Actually, within a strike you have like 2 or 3 difficulty levels. Don't know whether you spotted this. I thought the last one had. The second section of strike was the hardest difficulty level, almost like Nightmare or Nightfall. And the last was easy. And that's troubling really, I think. Don't fancy it. We've got some captains in there. Do. My sniper's mighty. You know what? I could use Black Spindle for a fight, couldn't I? Yeah, that's good. Well done. Special streak. Okay, that worked. My tether was mighty. The other guys didn't see it much, I don't think. Tether worked, it's recharging fast, so that's pretty good. My friends are racing, just what I do not want to see. I don't want any speedruns here, but disrupt the barrier. Probably need to have, yeah I do, okay. It is so hot in here. It's really quite a striking difference, but obviously yesterday was the first very, very hot day, and you know, tarmac and concrete didn't have much respite overnight, therefore it's so hot. That's what usually causes all the problems. Bang! Okay, it's all clear in here, but look at that. My friends raced it, just not what I like to see. What is this? Go away. Arc weapons are favoured. So this must be my arc weapon in check, actually. Let's see. Yeah. It is so mighty. Why didn't it touch these blights? I mean, these blights are the greatest problem in here. You know, Sekapupu, I was doing this the other day, suddenly a tank sprang up in there, and this tank was almost indestructible. Put like 40 rockets into the tank, and the tank didn't buckle.
My hidden caught this attempt at abusing the timeline.
This
But
is
how many
beyond
have there
ludicrous,
been?
it's crazy.
Does the world stand as it does because of the Vex?
Heavy ammunition. Got everything. Plenty of ammunition. And I think we'll probably be able to eliminate the beast in no time. Yesterday it took like
That's
20
the time
seconds.
wrench and the restorative mind.
So I'm not going to bother with this. Just go here.
That capacitor just lit up. You know what to do.
You know what to do, mate.
That got its attention.
Good. He's still alive and kicking. But we nearly got him. For like 1%. There we go. Yeah, this was like pedestrian again.
I can sense the river.
We all
of
had
time.
really good weapons. He was being
Its
hit
waters flow again on
by I
their
don't know how many
course.
Galahunts. He was
The
about to get out of
Nexus
the
mind is
cage.
unmade, and the Vex
That's
are
pretty
denied
good.
a powerful construct. Very well done.
Very well done. Good. I think I need to have a break as well. Albeit a short one. I need to get some water. And then I have a nice rifle that I bought 2 days ago. And served me well. In fact, I didn't tell you. I've gone on a very lengthy walk. It was a 20-mile walk a couple of days ago. And thoroughly enjoyed it. What day of the week was that? I'm trying to think. It was a couple of days ago. On weekend, I think, Saturday, Sunday. And that was really enjoyable. Hang on a minute, I want to leave. I need to take a break, need some water. Yeah, I'll tell you all about that in a second. About that 20-mile. Yeah, cool. Is that? Yeah, that is it. I went on a lengthy walk, 20-mile walk, the other day, and I've gone through a nature reserve, and then it was 10 mile one way, basically. It was back and forth 20 miles. And I got to tell you, after being in quarantine for 3 months, I really could tell the difference, because generally 20-30 mile walking for me is nothing. But at the end of it all, I did have some discomfort in my joints, and I'll have to really push up with some strenuous exercise and walking within the next few weeks to bring myself back to normal, because the biggest problem for me during the pandemic and during the lockdown has been the absence of swimming. I go swimming on average 4 to 5 times a week, an hour on a stretch, which keeps me very, very fit, and you know, my limbs and joints are functioning very, very well due to that. But that's been almost 4 months without it, and the last time I went swimming was at the end of February, and now we are coming towards the end of June, and that really makes a difference, because swimming is the non-pressure exercise that really keeps all the joints and all activities in the body on even keel. So if you are a regular like myself, I've been doing swimming, you know, 2 to 5 times a week already for more than 10 years, and it makes a big difference. I know when I get back to it, you know, I'll upgrade and I'll flexibly adjust, but I need to do some other things in the meantime that are providing the same sort of respite. And walking is one of them, but it doesn't engage all the joints compared to swimming. The funniest thing of all was that the biggest pains I had were my hips, and I couldn't work out why, because I didn't carry anything. And it was just to do with the mobility of joints, I think. I couldn't work out as to why the pains were in my hips. I wasn't worried, but a bit unseated with the experience. But we'll do it again and again, and I actually upped the pace, because I was doing 5 to 7 miles recently, and now this was 20, so it's a serious increase. Fair enough. It was on flat land, there was no, you know, uphill or anything like that. Literally walking down the river for 10 miles and then all the way back, and really have to watch it. You really can tell the difference. I mean, you will know from my broadcast that when I stream live, generally when I play games, I'm always standing and I walk around as I'm playing the game. So I'm not really like the other guys, you know, seated, developing pains. But to tell you the truth, I did have some serious seated activity, and this was with film watching and writing, and that was on an increase compared to the usual, because obviously if you are doing lots of office style work, then you do need a lot of swimming, and 4 times a week does the job. It really animates all the joints. But I think that's the likely cause and the reason for it. Just a warning to all of our younger streamers and gamers, regardless of your tender age, make sure that you are exercising, because when you progress, you know, when you're past 36, you begin to feel certain changes. If you're not particularly physically fit, they're really quite strongly felt. If you're very physically fit, you probably will start feeling the major differences after 47, 48, as you reach your 50s. Then things begin to kind of change gear, you know, from gear 5 forward you go into gear 1 or 2 in reverse, and that's really something that is worthy of note. And you can obviously slow down the process by exercising and living healthily. So certainly being slumped in your seat and doing PvP consistently for 10 hours a day is seriously going to be impairing and affecting your health. So don't do it. That's not as to why we have video gaming. And my setup presently is very good. I've got everything highly elevated, so I can do any game anywhere from a full standing position. The screen is literally in my line of sight, so the screen is as high up as myself, so it's about 6'3", 6'3", that is in English, and that would be something like 188, 189, the European metric, and that makes it nice and easy for me to see everything and game properly, and then move around a bit. It's funny when you are flying. For instance, I did two games that were, it's called Ace Combat, I think. One was in the Pacific, the other Vietnam. So the training missions, the tutorials are quite tricky. You have to really master the way you are piloting your jet through a controller, and I'd say isn't as good as you would get it on your PC. There's a big difference. You can really tell the difference as soon as you start doing it. But the funny thing is, when you are flying, you find yourself like walking into a corner of a room, because you become an active participant. If you were seated, you'd be probably moving left to right on your seat, but I'm actually going from left to right in my room when I'm watching it, and also moving around a bit when you go up and down. It was funny, and you can really feel it. So remember that if you are doing some of these games, make sure you stretch a bit and don't do them seated. Don't do them seated. That's what I can say. And also for the PC games, you can obviously have a setup which is elevated. It will make a big difference. You'll find that your back and your neck and your lower back are fully engaged as you are somewhat walking, so you're not 100% static. Because what happens when you are seated in a remote position for a very long period of time? It's funny, if you're in a cinema, you will not be in a remote position similar to when you do video gaming. Do you know why? Because in cinema you'll shuffle, you'll cross your legs, you change position, so you'll get some circulation going, you'll feel slight discomfort, and that's it. But with gaming, because you're so concentrating and so focused on the actual PvP activity, particularly if you're doing PvP, you do not realize that there's lack of circulation in your legs or your lower back, and you will develop some problems, some pains, or some degree of discomfort once you kind of detach from the game. Therefore, remember 20-20-20 rule. 20 minutes you game, after that you drink some water after 20 minutes, and then after another 20 minutes you stretch, you exercise a bit, have a breather, and make sure that you do that every single hour. So you need to have one major break every 60 minutes, but after every 20 minutes there needs to be a small break. 20 minutes you also can incorporate that you don't look at the screen. So you will first of all, after 20 minutes, hydrate, then you will look away from the screen, and then after another 20 minutes you'll get up, you do a bit of stretching, you look away from the screen, and then again after another 20 minutes you will rehydrate a bit and maybe have a shorter break, 5, 7, 10 minutes, where you just do something else. Do not be always looking at your screen. It's very important, because the backlit devices that affect your vision, affect your optic nerve. Keep this in mind if you are an avid gamer. The most successful gamers, both in esports and otherwise, are those who are adhering to those rules, and they'll make sure that the gaming is not over the top. The reason is simple. They've been gaming for many years. So look at Shroud and Ninja, the guys that started as in the early teens, and they learned the drill. When they were children, they obviously would spend a lot more time on it, but they realized there has to be a degree of containment, not just for the physical health, but also for the way they do gaming and the way they compete. Like any sports, if you watch a football match, you will know that 90 minutes is the optimum length. If they play draw in international competitions, they have to extend it by extra 30 minutes. The players get very tired, and then you get to the penalties. So really, the optimum, the best delivery of those guys, the 22 that are on the pitch, will not be after you exceeded 90 minutes. It is just like that. And sometimes some teams will develop tactics through which they'll be kind of torturing the opponents through, I guess, slowing down the pace and killing the game, and then upping the pace in the last 30 minutes of the extra time. But that's just not the way the things work overall. So you need to have we call that gaming in the zone, right? Or delivering in the zone, trading in the zone, learning in the zone. Learning for 10 hours on a trot will bring no benefits, but learning in sections of 1 hour with breaks will give you tremendous benefits, because there's a limit to what you can in fact soak in, assimilate. There comes a cutoff point, and you've got to remember that. True enough, some people have certain abilities that will allow them to be learning more in a shorter period of time, or even lengthier period of time than others. Their attention span is kind of more resolute. They have biogenetics that make sure that the electrical impulse is as well developed in order to have all the functions fully active. And the same thing applies to video gaming. You will see sometimes with some streamers and pro esports gamers that they're really absolutely in the zone. I watched the Latvian competitive gamer. She runs a very good PUBG channel, and she is incredible. But it does happen from time to time that she begins to lose matches after she gets a bit tired. And when she lost like 2 matches in a row, meaning she was like number 2 or 3 or 4, whatever, and particularly if she goes, I guess she wants to come at 5th or 6th, to just cut off altogether. she'll a lengthy break or even stop the session because she knows she's come to the cut-off point. So anyone who does it, very, very important to remember. Okay, I'm going to have my break. To come back, we'll carry on with some strikes. We'll enjoy a bit more of activity here. Just to remind you, this is my charitable fundraiser stream. I'm doing many of those at the moment, and I'm fundraising for the British Red Cross, one of our most beloved charities, a charity that's been provided attention and care to the vulnerable, to those in the need worldwide for more than 150 years. In this instance, we are supporting the COVID Protection Force, and we want to raise as much revenue as possible in order to support the charity and all the works they have been doing from the beginning of the pandemic. It's also a stream that is raising the awareness of the fact that the pandemic has not gone away. The disease is very much present in our communities, and it's again re-emerging in some of the countries in Europe. So you all need to be fully aware that relaxation of the lockdown measures is not really a statement that tells you that the virus is weaker or that you will be spared. You will not. Therefore, you need to adhere to social distancing, follow the rules, as if the pandemic is right at the very beginning. So if you can, please share Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Pinterest, all other forums, Tumblr. Share some of my postings, the ones indicating we are doing charitable fundraiser, spread the word, raise the awareness, bring in some interest, which will in consequence bring in the revenue as well. We've just started with it, so it's just at the very beginning, and we certainly hope that there will be some donations, and if we get no donations or hardly any, we hope that with the campaign we'll just raise the awareness that the information will be shared out there in the open for people to learn. And you would have heard of the British Red Cross if you are a non-UK resident or citizen, as our charity has been involved in hotspots worldwide for more than a century and a half, and you would have seen all the works that are completed where through selfless sacrifices they saved so many lives. So remember that, raise the awareness, bring in the donations, share the postings in order to support our beloved charity, the British Red Cross. I'll be back in 5. my friends, I'm back. Thank you all for watching my charitable fundraising broadcast for the British Red Cross, and thank everyone for supporting me and my channel and our fundraising effort. There has been a very good response on Instagram, so I'll be obviously reading out some of those responses. Thank you very much, guys, for that. Really appreciate it. So obviously people are watching the broadcast on various platforms, supporting it and sharing as obviously requested, and thank you all guys for that. So we have Elusa99, we have Graffiti Pig 336, Sep Zark, we have Makimu, we have Peter, we have Ariel Campo 85, Nikki Blue Eyes, we have Anonymous Brother, we have Buckle Up Dummies, we have Markimu 249, we have Elusa99, we have Nikki Blue Eyes, and we have let me just see who else we have here. Maxi Penalva, Harry B, Nathaniel, Buckle Up Dummies, The Brat 04, Markimu, Biggle 8488, Team Harry Woo, Graffiti Pig. So thank you guys, really appreciate it. There's quite a few people today. So let me see who we've got here. Mr. Gill, we have Mr. Gill, what's he saying? Mr. Gill says that is all I need. Well, thank you, really appreciate it. And we have Delta Reality, Jules, we have Kai, we have let me see who else. Not that many on Twitter today. Grim, we have Luca, Husky Devil, Jose Manuel, Dorozin RPG, Mixer RT, Makalaya, Wojnik, Niza, Jordan Coyle. Thank you guys for that. Thank you for your support. Truly appreciated. Panini, what is Panini saying? I wonder. Alana Davis, Panini. Okay. Right, so thank you very much for your support. Really appreciate it. Once again, we've had quite a few people on Instagram, some on Twitter, and people are supporting our charitable fundraiser here for the British Red Cross. Right, so we have had plenty of air. It looks like we're getting a bit of cloud. There may be a thunderstorm. They said later in the day on Friday, massive big thunderstorms are rising, reducing temperatures by 12 to 15 degrees, so that will be appreciated. So it feels a bit hot and humid today. I think I really want that to happen sooner rather than later. So if you are in our green belt, London, Greater London area, beware. And also if you're camping in the park, I need to warn you, beware of thunder, because in my area we've had a lot of thunder that was hitting the ground and lots of trees were destroyed, and there's always danger of fire. So if you're nearby, you know, you may well be receiving some collateral, and God forbid if you were having a radio or something else near you, that could also draw attention of the electricity coming from the skies. So if you see a bit of sparks and if you can smell the thunder coming, just get away from that as soon as you can. Get indoors, keep safe, healthy and well. My thoughts and prayers are with everyone affected in Glasgow. Just had some news indicating there's been a serious incident there, quite a few people dead and several injured. Absolutely unbelievable that this is happening yet again in our country. Really the first thought I had was, my goodness, what on earth is happening to the world? Because we had seen the increased levels of aggression present in various corners of the planet. Regrettably, that goes together, obviously somebody being a health professional like myself, I can certainly tell you from the scientific point of view, that goes together with remoteness of many people being indoors. Inactivity does build up a considerable electrical discharge within the body, which unfortunately can lead to certain tensions and certain aggressive behaviors in the very minority. and generally people might feel uneasy, and perhaps a bit too tired, but it does reflect, regrettably. So I think one of those outbursts which had been present in recent weeks and months is definitely connected with the need for everyone to stay indoors and therefore be generally a lot less active in terms of the physical activity. Therefore the tension could build up, and that is really something that concerns us all. Once again, my thoughts and prayers are with everyone in Scotland, in Glasgow, in view of the incident. I've just heard it, just received the news. Not sure what the incident is about, not sure what happened. There are casualties, and that is absolutely heartbreaking. And we have quite a few Scottish video gamers who are frequently joining us here, and my thoughts and prayers are obviously with you guys. Hope it all goes well, and hopefully the incident indeed is over and contained, therefore not posing any danger to anybody else. Right, we are doing the strikes, SIVA heroic strikes here in Destiny 1 in support of the British Red Cross. We are generating funds and publicity for the charity that's been helping many individuals and societies worldwide for more than 150 years. The British Red Cross is always in the midst of it, and indeed in our country they have been helping the NHS and the army quite considerably in view of the pandemic, and have been actively involved in literally everything that has been taking place, from assistance in hospitals through the supply of protective equipment to the erection of large COVID-19 hospitals, which we've seen built overnight in several cities here in England and around the country. So absolutely hats off. My thoughts and prayers are with everyone who was helping so selflessly, risking their own life, particularly right at the beginning. Whilst the virus was still unknown, we felt we were tapping in the dark in order to help others and save lives. So therefore, as a sign of gratitude, we are running this charitable campaign. We want people to share the views, share the postings, which I have on Twitter, Instagram and Twitch, through their own social networking and various other forums, in order to raise the bar for the charity, in order to bring the awareness to everyone that the pandemic is very much present in the local community. It is affecting everyone. The virus is unfortunately causing the second wave already in Europe, on the mainland, and many countries, inclusive of Germany, are taking most drastic measures to prevent the spread of the disease. And we obviously want to be raising the profile for the charity, for the illness, and we want to be generating funds, the funds that will be used in order to save lives. So remember that if you are contributing or sharing, make sure that your friends, relatives, community members get fully informed and ask them to contribute. So we'll carry on with our strikes. We still have about 1 hour left here on my broadcast. It's a bit of a different broadcast to the usual. We start a bit later in view of some of the activities that have had some technical issues, and therefore we are finishing 2 hours later than usual. Our schedule generally is a daily schedule between 10 and 2 or 10 and 1 depending on the day, and today we've started at midday ending at 1600 hours. Right, looking forward to another strike. We've had some really good chums, really good Destiny veterans joining us earlier, and there was some fun to be had in our battles, albeit some of the strikes were glitched.
The Dust Palace is lost to us again, back in Cabal hands. Word is they've let Scion Flayers out of their cages to dig around in the central AI's cortex, which means they really want what's buried in there. If Rasputin was protecting it, it's valuable. We've got to flush those Flayers out.
Rasputin. I think we played the strike already earlier today. Wow, let's see. We joined somebody else's strike. Never mind. We'll carry on hoping that the guys are going to be staying in, and therefore doing it together with us. So where are they? Probably already further ahead by the looks of it. Well, Well, this sounds fierce. Let's see what it is. We'll join the battle. Come on, die from there. He was really dodgy. Obviously managed to eliminate one of our teammates. Sadly. But truly. Our friends already pushed on. Okay, we don't want any speedruns in here. Let's do it consistently, diligently, precisely, step by step. Do you know what? I'm a bit slow compared to some of the guys. Some people are so fast. Comes with age, my friends. Comes with age. But the kids of today, like, you know, children as young as 6 or 7, they're unbelievable. I have seen the other day a child of 5 use their smartphone to a degree which was absolutely mesmerizing. They were so fast, and the mother, who was only in her 20s, I would say, was nowhere near with the speed compared to this kid, and it was incredible. You hear of these stories where a child as young as 3 would call the ambulance and save another parent's life, and it's extraordinary. Because they knew exactly what to do. And they're so fast. Oh, he's using a turret. Okay. No, where is he? See, he's taking 3 supers. That shouldn't be the case, really. It's a grenade. Odd. But real. Sekapupu says, I'm busy and I've got to be going now. Well, thank you, Sekapupu, for popping in, saying hello, watching the stream, supporting our charitable fundraiser. Your presence here is always appreciated. You're one of the most dedicated Destiny veterans here in my community. Always grateful for your participation and contributions. Hope it goes well on your PC, and hope you are going to be gathering your equipment all together in one place. You'll have Xbox, we can just swing from one to another. I particularly like to do some gaming on Xbox, if possible, you know, the Game Pass titles, because obviously you are on it, and it'd be really good fun for some of our other Xbox community members to see. Anyway, I wish you a very good day, and thank you for coming and for supporting our charitable fundraiser. I actually need another weapon, just remembered. Hurry up! I'm late. Okay, got one of them. The ship got me. Thank you. No ammunition.
Nice work. I'll let the Vanguard know the flares are dead.
If those Scion flayers were tangling with Rasputin, they are way more powerful
81.
than we realize.
Well, that's
We better
pretty
keep
good.
an eye on where the Cabal deploy
Up to
those
the
things.
hilt.
Who knows what their minds can do?
Can't pick up any of these. Nah, I haven't got anything. We won it. Let's hope that the chaps are going to be staying here with us for a little while and do it together. We'll do another strike from the beginning, hopefully if they stay in. Looks like I had only 3 kills, but one of them was very important, and that was the boss. So I did well. I did well. Well, that's good, it's staying together, and it's much easier if you have a full team on board. Thanks to our friends for that, really appreciate it. This game is all about team effort, remember
Those
that.
fallen in the Ishtar sink on Venus? Story is they raided the prison of elders in the reef, got an Archon priest. The Queen's bounty is high, so we know it's powerful. We need to hunt this thing down before they fully restore its soul.
Archon priest strike? That's pretty good. Do you know what? There's hardly anyone watching today, yet again, which is disappointing. We only have, let me see, 23 viewers and 6 streamers.
We'd better head for the caves.
Yeah. Not many, my friends, not many. And there we are, we know this area too well. But you know, the game gets better and more enjoyable as you get to know the areas, and it's funny that sometimes I didn't even recognize them in the sequel, and personally I'm not sure why that is. Like the same areas, but it just give a different flavor. And I'm personally hoping that this is going to be very different once this is fully integrated with the sequel in September. And we are very curious to see how this would look. The other thing I'm going to tell you is I just received some news during my break from Naughty Dog and from PlayStation. They said that since last week, today is the 7th day since The Last of Us 2 was released, they sold more than 4 million copies of the game, digital and physical combined. And I've got to say, that is extraordinary. This is the very best selling game amongst the exclusives that Sony PlayStation ever had. The 2 other games topping it were fairly recent games. One was Spider-Man and the other was the Uncharted 4, incidentally also from Naughty Dog. So you can see as to why the Naughty Dog is excelling amongst the PlayStation exclusives. 2 games amongst the 3 that sold the best is quite an extraordinary achievement. The sequel is turning out to be very controversial and unnecessarily so, because I think it's a beautifully construed, beautifully worked game that has been prepared and worked on for a very long time, more than 6 or 7 years I would say, and all due to these silly internet rumors, which are really distasteful and highly disappointing. But on the other hand, in addition to it, I think there are people who are perhaps concerned about the story. They felt that the story really should have been delivered differently. lots of people have some concerns about Joel and what happens to him and how the game's progressing. And there were several people I've seen who were remarking on the cutscenes and trailers that were misleading, because they combined various bits of dialogue that in fact within the game take place in different areas, and they do not connect the characters that were seen on those trailers. And that is obviously a big concern to everyone. However, I do feel that the rumours that are circulating on the net are generally very damaging for everyone or anyone involved, because we don't want to be relying on inventions. You know, we want to be receiving news from the developer and following the vidocs and everything else. But it's extraordinary how the news services or the information services on Twitter
I'll check it out.
and other hubs really had developed or evolved over the years. They become the main information of the news, and frequently the news are not checked. I need to say double checked, but double checking is not even on the cards because it's not even checked once, and that of course is not something that we want to see in any circumstances. For something as perhaps inconsequential as a video game, it is a concern, but just think about the news being spread through the internet services about COVID. For instance, the rumors that G5 masts, or I should say 5G masts, are causing the illness, or they're the sole causal factor. I mean, you know, that kind of madness, nonsensical idea is much worse than damaging, because it's spreading the rumours that are not true to fact and affecting the overall population, not just of one country but the planet. That is absolutely despicable. We do not want to see any of that anywhere ever. Alright, we're doing well in here, I think.
Okay, it's open.
It's open, so we can go in. And now I need to probably change my weapon. No, probably, surely. Need that Galahorn fully back on, and even got some rockets. Okay, that's not too bad then. These are my sword.
Mind if we take their pikes?
On my sword I had, what was it, 81? That was really quite cool. These have been resolved. Our friend there got hit. We need to help him, if we can. Yeah, I can see that really would have caused all that trouble. Don't have another rocket. Go away. Sweet. sniper. No rockets. I need rockets. I need rockets for that Archon Priest. What else?
A cell from the prison of elders. The Archon Priest is still inside.
I really don't like these grenades that really are. Maybe they're mines and grenades. Once they start spinning, you need to shoot at the ball, which is in the central section. I'll try to tether him straight away. Where is him? I can't see him now. What is going on? Thank you. I see him. Need to get more ammunition for my leg. Okay. Rocket will do him. Oh, he had to be there. He just had to be there. Yeah, just hide, friends. Hide there. Up to a point where you respawn, because he's down to like 5%. He just needs 1-2 Galahon rockets and he'll be gone.
Better off in the prison of elders. I'll contact the Vanguard. Let them know the Archon Priest is dead.
Archon Priest is no
One
more.
more fallen Archon gone to dust.
Mission complete. So you could see.
But if the Fallen found the prison of elders, I'm sure we'll be hearing about more heists like this.
Okay.
Today, we celebrate.
Let's see whether our friends are going to join us and carry on. Hope you guys are enjoying our charitable fundraising here. We are collecting revenue and charitable contributions for the British Red Cross, hoping that many of our friends and video gamers worldwide will join forces in order to support our beloved charity. The charity has been around for about 150 years, and we are trying to raise the publicity both for the charity as well as for the cause, which is basically the global fight against the pandemic. And the British Red Cross were at the forefront of that fight right from the very beginning, from the day one, and had helped many of our services, statutory and otherwise, in the UK, as well as other services worldwide. You'll be familiar, the British Red Cross is based in the UK, but actually is involved with all trouble spots or hotspots around the world, and provides the necessary logistics, funds and care for those in the need, irrespective of their background or the country of origin or wherever they are,
Eric's
really.
has brought unsettling news. The Devil Splicers have used Siva to resurrect an old foe. Tenix the Scarred has become...
Tanix. So still a few more strikes here
Tanix's
for
crew
us.
has joined the Splicers.
All looking
They're
very
using
good and
Siva
enjoyable.
to reanimate his body and overtake his territory. Lord Saladin says you were indispensable in old Russia, Guardian. We thought you should be the one to handle this.
Keep hydrated when it's hot. Remember that. Rule number 1. It's getting a bit cloudy, I think.
The Iron Lords, and now Tanix. There's no limit to what the Splicers will exhume and throw against us.
34 degrees yet
won't
again.
stop
The
with
second
Tenix,
day
Guardian.
running in the UK.
Put him to rest and purge all
Definitely
traces
not
of sin.
amusing. We need to use arc weapons. Use of the modifiers. Where's the other? Been eliminated already. Sometimes our friends are racing so fast that I can't really keep up with anything. Which is the case here. What can I do? Just trail behind, I guess. What's the joy in doing speedruns on the activity that is, you know, full of enemies and enjoyable turns? What's the idea? I don't understand as to why people do the speedruns all the time. I see it all the time. That's really not to my great satisfaction, to admit. Oh god. What's happened to the Ogre? This invisible foe needs to be gone. And
Looks
indeed
like
he
Tanix's
is
ship
gone.
is intact. Get on the lift.
Okay, so that's been sorted. To get away from here as quick as possible. Because these are going to turn on us. Who was blocking my way? He's gone already. Let's put a super, what else?
Talks. How is that possible?
Maybe
Must
Tanix
be
was
the
more machine
super.
than we thought. He's not alive. Perhaps he never was. Tanix's jamming field is still active. We'll await your light on the other side.
Tanix. Very curious to see how this is going to work in the sequel once fully integrated. Maybe we'll have chapters, you know, similar to what I was presented to my community last week. And I'll be able to access the chapters at any time, I'm not sure. Let's see. This needs to be eliminated. Why are they not eliminating it? No way. Why didn't it ban? Just a whole lot of them. The grenade should have resolved everyone. But I was wrong. Fellas, you got to eliminate those red lights in there, you know? That's most important, because otherwise he's protected and he's immune. No, this one isn't. Yeah, this one isn't either anymore. Okay. Well, looks like these ones were not really of significance. The tank's gonna drop them off. So what's this? Is it glitched? Don't get it. Eliminate the tanks at last. Possibly. This was extraordinarily fast if the tank was eliminated. I didn't even see a thing. Mind you, had 3 Galahorns there firing off 6 rockets properly. I got 4 rockets in there. That's good. Hiding there. Still red. Still red. He's immune. Into the wall. Oh, so many of them. Look at this. That's annoying. That is annoying. That's just the 2 of us. Oh, well. Anyway, we'll get him. Don't worry. Immune again, wasted my rockets. Became immune too quick. where's the last one of light? There. Well, it's designed for a team of 3, but I can't be using my sword as well as my Galahorn, you know. I'd sort him out with my sword straight away, but I need my Galahorn for the boss. Yeah, that's the trouble. Oh, we've got somebody else. Oh, I'll be easier now with a 3-piece. Okay, nice spawning there. No rockets. Well, that's really bad. He's angry at me, by the looks of it. Oh, go away, go away. Yeah, these ones need to be eliminated, my friends before, because he's gonna be immune otherwise. Just waste my rockets. The blights. Shanks. Nice special ammunition. Panic's got me. Boo. Thank you. The ammunition's a bit scarce in here. See? Oh, he's immune. He's got other light protecting there. Oh, he's gone. How come? That's extraordinary. Because here's my melee on him and he was dead.
From restarting Tanix's mercenary operation. The nanites continue to evolve their function.
Must have been another weapon.
The Guardian will have plenty of opportunities to
Can't
study
think of anything else.
The devils are far from defeated.
The devils are far from defeated. That's correct. We need a skeleton key. Obviously somebody else did have it. That other person was not me. I got to say hardly anybody watching Destiny streams today. I don't know what's going on. It's Friday. Must be to do with this incredibly hot weather in Britain. People have gone out rather than stayed indoors. And then everybody will be playing it tonight, where obviously I will not be here. And the reason for that will be the thunderstorms and showers that are expected to arise after 7 o'clock PM. Don't really like playing games at night, I have to admit. Not my kind of thing. The vast majority of younger gamers do. They start hammering it after midnight, and that's not really my jazz. I find that certain games really wake me up quite a bit, so I play them after 9 o'clock. I find it difficult to fall asleep afterwards. I think these are particularly FPS games, or, you know, high action, high octane type of stuff. Puzzles and slow adventure storytelling games are alright, but still
The Splicer's high priest has
the
crews pushing further
backlit
underground
devices
in
that really kind of affect
Looks like
me.
a large-scale mobilization against a hive nest.
An army of hive controlled by the Splicers
See if our
would be the
friend is
end
going
of
to be
old
joining
Russia.
us as well.
Could be the end
The
of
person who was
everything.
there with us
The devils
ready
are evolving.
for a number of
Neutralize them
strikes.
before this goes any further, Guardian.
Oh, we have somebody else as well, so that's good. It's a 3-piece. That will be more enjoyable for us all. Okay.
All right. There's a series of old missile silos near the bunker. I've got reports of hive near that location.
Sounds like the place to be.
From my glimmer? Yeah. And remember, target anything that moves. Every kill gets us one less splicer or hive to be warped by Siva.
Noted.
Okay.
I'm picking up several concentrated Siva nodes ahead.
Splicers are using Siva to augment the silo's old defense protocols. They've got the inner doors sealed tight. If you want to get inside, you'll need to find and destroy those Siva nodes.
I've pinpointed another Siva node.
Another Siva node. Wonder what kinds of weapons and engrams we collected in all these strikes. We'll do this in a minute. The end of this one. Hope everyone's enjoying our activity. We've had a kind of a busy community morning, in fact, with less gaming and more talking. But we need to go there to help our friends. We've done this maybe about 2 times today. In fact, I can change my weapon to that sword. Favorite sword of mine, familiar of course. Dog drinker. Oh, we got it.
Picking up one more node. Let's go get it.
Let's go and get it. Come on. Let's go and get it. Let's go and get it. That's the idea. Let's go and get it. I hate these. I really do, because they're really kind of hide my line of sight. Oh, I didn't see him. Well, I did see him, but I was a bit careless. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. I need to destroy that. Is it destroyed already or not?
That's the last node. Security protocols are clear and hackable.
Push forward, Guardian.
That is exactly it. Security protocols are clear and hackable. some of this.
The splicers have fortified the entrance. We've got heavy resistance.
They must have driven the hive deeper into the silos. Fight through it.
I'm pinging new SIVA energy spikes below us. Multiple nodes, all powering another barrier. But I can't nail down their locations. The readings are too sporadic.
You know what to do, Guardian. Find those nodes, unload on them, and keep moving.
Keep moving. Special ammunition I need.
It's hard to get a clean reading down here. Keep moving. The closer we get to each node, the easier they are to map.
Okay. Let's crack on.
Looks like the splicers have taken this hatchery. The hive bioorganic
Bounced off.
is still intact, but there are microbursts
And the other
of
chap died as
all around
well.
us.
Well, rude.
I've got no pity to spare for the hive. Keep going.
Our friend is successful there. That blight needs to be destroyed. Okay, so let's see, where are they? Going the wrong way.
That did it. No idea what those nodes were protecting, but the barrier's down.
The barrier's down. Okay. I've gone the wrong way yet again.
You're all that stands between the Splicer's High Priest and whatever mad science he's cooking up down there.
We brought in, I think, to the other section.
Did you find the High Priest?
Not exactly.
So hot and humid in here, I'm actually
Get a closer look at that thing.
completely wet.
Okay. Well, that's disgusting.
A lot more where that came from if the High Priest isn't removed from the field.
I need that Galathorn back on. No heavy ammunition, so I'm useless. Nice, to a degree. I'm trying to help my mates in there. See where I know he's just next to the boss. I can't really do anything from there. Once he's gone. I can't do it here. hit the wall. I had to hit the wall. It's just ridiculous. Our friend is doing the glitch. You know, there's a hidden spot in there, and you can't be reached by either the priest or Olga. So it's a sort of strategy that some people use. I'm not keen on using glitches. I like to do it really organically. Thank you. You won't be able to do this because you need to hit the shanks. You've got 15 shanks in there, you know? Hiding in that spot is not going to do the job. Yeah, the priest is gone. Okay, we completed it. So that's all done and dusted.
The High Priest wasn't looking to build a hive slave army. He was just removing their body parts to be joined with Siva.
Bioengineering's become the Splicer's main MO. We're lucky to have dropped their High Priest before he could perfect any of this madness, but it's gotta make you wonder. What other perversions are they planning?
Well, time will tell, as we know. Alright, so we completed our strikes for today, and what we'll do is we'll just go back to the tower and then do some admin and call it a day for today. It's been a really good session. We talked quite a lot to some of our community members. We had a lengthy community session earlier that was dedicated to our charitable fundraiser to the British Red Cross, well, for the British Red Cross, and I talked a lot about our charities and the works they do, primarily for the viewers and friends from worldwide, people not familiar with Britain and what we actually have in our country, the way our system works, and as to why we have so many charities compared to some other countries on mainland Europe. And also talked quite a lot about the current state of the video gaming industry, The Last of Us 2, The Last of Us 1, the games I play recently on PS Now. Talked about whole lots of issues, and it's been a very, very good, somewhat tiring session, I have to say. I feel a bit dazed, and the reason for that is this humidity and heat from outside. 34 degrees in Britain today, down here in the southeast of England, and very, very hot and very unmanageable. Wasn't like that yesterday. It was the first day with 34 degrees, and I have to say it was quite pleasant, but the walls, the tarmac, you know, asphalt, bricks, you name it, they didn't really get any respite overnight. Therefore today, with another layer of heat, it is just all sizzling and scorching everywhere. But the thunderstorms are coming, so sometime today, late in the day, probably by the time when I go for my lengthy walk to town next door, then heavens will open. So probably best if I take my umbrella with me just in case, because you know what, I don't want to be catching any viruses or colds right now. I want to be fully protected, and so should you. So do not go out if it's scorching hot as it is. Go out after 5 or 6 p.m. where you can get a lot of sun that doesn't really radiate these UV rays with the same ferocity, and also don't really endanger your life if we get these thunderstorms. The thunderstorms in our area, in Hertfordshire, are absolutely brutal, and usually if they, you know, pop up after a period of hot weather, they keep hitting the ground quite a lot, and therefore if you are in a park or near any forests, don't really go near the trees. Just make sure you go to a confined area, go indoors to make sure you're safe and sound. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll go to the tower, and then we'll look at some admin, and then we'll call it a day for today. Thanks very much to everyone who was supporting the stream today. It's our second ever charitable fundraiser here on DRBMiller channel. It is with Destiny 1. We talked about it for quite some time. I just wasn't really quite clear in my mind on what particular campaign to pursue. Principally, I support campaigns on mental health and homelessness, and you know, these sort of come and go. But at the moment, COVID-19 is the biggest threat to humanity, and it is as dangerous as radiation or any other, you know, disaster struck type of activity, I don't know how to call it, pandemic, whatever, the biggest danger to humanity at the moment, and therefore we want to support the charities that are at the very forefront of that global war on this disease. And the British Red Cross certainly is one of those that has been there right from the beginning. So we want to be helping the effort, and we also want to be raising funds and raising profile for the charity.
Hunters always have something.
We are getting some money.
Special.
1,000 glimmer, I think I got. And engrams.
Pity your enemies.
These are just completely useless. Okay, motes are always useful, but some of the other things are definitely not. Like these. Luna Chiral, Arcana Escape, Luna Phasar. Like the names. Tongue breaking. Tongue breaking names. Who wants those blue ghosts? I do not. Alright.
Always an interesting conversation, Guardian.
Always an interesting conversation, Guardian. Thank you kindly, my lord. I shall remain your obedient servant, sire. Right, so we need to do some clearing up in here, because too many of these weapons are seated. And, alright.
Check, check, check.
Check, check, check.
Confirmed.
Are we doing any good in here? I think we are. Oh, definitely we'll pick up these. Then again, I have to use them wisely. I'll probably use the skeleton keys just for nightfall strikes. Maybe when Sekapupu joins us one day, we'll do some nightfall strikes. Because with the weekly nightfall, you get the goods just once in a week. So if I have 3, sorted for 3 weeks ahead, which in fact is pretty good.
Confirmed.
Maybe an exotic item as well. Alright, we'll see. So, let us see, let us see. Let it be. Right. What's annoying is that in the original, you can't really delete the items you don't want directly at the postmaster, and that's been enhanced in the sequel, and it really saves time, because fiddling with the vault and the items in here takes forever. And I think in some ways it's a good idea, because people who are hammering it with PvP and relentless activity will get some respite once they do that. So it's actually soothing in terms of health. But if you're doing it leisurely like myself, then it does take a bit of time, and it's not always kind of as great. You see these, some of these items give you like the light level of 3 or 5 or 4, whatever, very low light level. But if you look at them, some of them will have really good perks. So what's important, you see those will look pretty. What you will need to do is, you will need to be always double checking on the perks, and then if you feel the perks are very good, you can just infuse that one with another that is not as good. So for instance, Dream Eater may have, oh, that's really quite good. All of them are looking beautiful. And you can see these perks there. Some of our friends always look for so-called the best perks, right? And I should say they're so-called god roll perks. some of these are very hard to get, and you'll have to really work hard and battle through many missions in order to get there. And I know Sekapupu, our dedicated member from Finland, he's one of the chaps who always does it. And I don't have patience, and also time is of essence when you're a mature gamer, so you can't really spend all of your time. You see, Eon, 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 Eon. My full outfit is Eon, and Eon is basically the future war cult outfit. It looks really pretty, so I will be always easily noticed wherever I go. Quite like it. And I'll keep it that way, because all of those are 400, as you could see. Sometimes you may change if you're doing the Crucible, or if you want a particular perk for your team if you're raiding, but otherwise it's all good. Alright, so that's competitor match, melting point, so 400, and in here we've got one that doesn't need to be there. So, let's see. I think we are clearing up the entire Postmaster's vault. And hopefully that will be sorted in no time. Looks like we're getting something. Nah. So there was a possibility of getting a another exotic, but we didn't really experience that degree of fortune. Maximum number of glimmer as well. As you could see, just going to see something over here. Let's see what this is. There's a bright red light coming into the window, and I want to see what it was. It's actually a very nicely, freshly cleaned, washed car.
Be safe.
Very shiny. And wait a minute, did we get everything? Excuse me. It's engram. Needs further decoding. Okay. Plenty of unnecessary bits of kit. There it is, another one. I'll tell you one thing, you got to be very careful when you're deleting not to click on one of your exotics, because pinnacle weapons I've got there, like Galahorn and Dark Drink, and then in here my sniper icebreaker. It did take a while to get there. And I remember Sekapupu told me that he deleted one of the most precious pinnacle weapons by, it wasn't a mistake, it was lag, because sometimes there's this lag on the server, and then it doesn't register your action straight away. And if you were deleting two items one after one with speed, well, that is what happens. Capri Sting. This is a mighty gauntlet, my goodness, look at this. Hand cannon loader, machine gun loader, impact induction, switchblade, increased discipline. So we probably can use that one sometime, because we don't have anything exotic in there. Let me see, what have I got? Ion Tracer gloves. Yeah, that looks really cool, doesn't it? Ion Tracer will have sidearm loader, melee attack, momentum transfer, and intellect. Okay, doesn't matter, we'll bring it back. We'll just bring it back for the sake of the outfit, but maybe we'll try. I quite like the Capri Sting. Want to see again. Capri Sting has hand cannon loader, that would be useful. Machine gun, okay. Impact induction, bonus grenade energy and melee. Decreasing melee attack cooldown, so that's much faster. Increase the discipline bonus. Well, it's nothing extraordinary, but you know, similar to what we've got already. Right, so that's sorted. Let's just clean up this Postmaster's Vault a little bit more.
Transmit. Wonderful day, Guardian. Done, done, done.
Done, done, done. What is this? Class item. No, we're done on that.
Have a splendid day.
So it looks like these class items, they need to be sorted. I'm not gonna bother. I think we're alright for now, and want to see, it's probably rewards given by Ikora for doing the strikes. That's very likely.
What can I get you?
Go for Vanguard armor. Nah, it's no use. That's no use. KD bug attire.
Alright, stay alert.
But there is somebody else who wants to talk to us.
Take a break, hunters.
Likely to be the cult leader. We'll discover, we'll find out very shortly. Okay, that's not it.
We are establishing signals to the reef.
One more. Alright. Just like the outfit, when you distinctly define your membership to a particular faction. Initially I thought that if you belong to a particular faction, like in strategy games, the gameplay would be affected, but actually that's not the case in here. You get some rewards which are distinct. So you could see we are going up there to our future war cult leader. And she's called Lakshmi.
What do you need from us?
So let me see. We probably need weapons. Right. So what did we get? We actually did get a rare weapon. What's this? Bellicose. Questing pursuer. Okay, that's nothing. Saros out. Isoluna. Wait a minute, where is it? Eternally assured destruction. Right. So we have destabilizers, strafe thrusters, and boost. And you know what? That's actually cool because it looks like it belongs to us. So we are going to be using this one from now on. In addition to my future war cult armor, I have also eternally assured destruction. And as you could see, it looks very much like a future war cult vehicle. So we'll keep all of this.
We'll always be here.
Plenty of money. Let's see where we can purchase anything from Lakshmi. I'm just curious.
Hunter.
Armor supplies donation. Vial, bolts, waiting, wounded, wormwood, warpath. All of these I picked up before. Warpath engram.
Good.
Okay, so warpath engram. Infinite lines. Let me see. It's all full, isn't it? Oh, we've got the treasure chest as well. Didn't see this before. Mystery bag, silver dust and snow drag. We got snow drag in there. I think that's consumable. Looks pretty good. Looks like an onion. Yeah, that's another quest in there for that hand cannon. So it must have gone to no, wait a minute, I need to double check this. I'm not happy with the fact that these emblems in there, ornaments I should say, black spindle, okay. No, that's not it. Cold between the stars, a black spindle. Black spindle does have that ornament, as you could see. Remember Sekopupu using it, very, very mighty. So back to inventory, and then we'll see that is bad juju. Don't think I have it equipped. No. But I do have it. Some experience there. Bad juju. Yeah, hang on. We've got it here. Oh, that looks really good. Much enhanced. Pulse rifle looking beautiful with that ornament. And then we have touch of malice I don't have. Last word I don't have. Vex I don't have. Telesto. No, I don't think I have Telesto either. Hopscotch. Super good advice. Well, who wouldn't like to have that? Saros regime we did have, but we put in a vault, I think. Saros. Hopscotch. No, that's not it. Lord of the Wolves. No. Okay, so one more. No, there isn't any one more. I've done all of this. Just reminded of the fact we were not using 3 of coins for a while. We got 58. And Zer is available with this advanced armor today. Could have really had a look, but we'll look at it tomorrow. Anything else? Well, possibly. It's possible that we have that one ornament left with the Postmaster because the inventory there was full. So I want to just quickly check and then we'll call it today for today. Okay. And I'm kind of hungry and hot and all sorts. So look at this. This is beautiful. I'll take a nice screenshot of this beautiful sunset. I've seen a wonderful sunset yesterday. I watched it. I was in my local nature reserve. It looked really amazing. It was about 9:45, I think, 9:30 or so.
Checking.
Don't really need that weapon. Skull. But you know, what happened to the ornament? Where did it go? Where did that future war cult ornament go? Where? I must be missing the point somewhere then. No, that isn't it. No, that isn't it. I must be blind, I just don't see it anywhere. Because the ornaments should be here, right? No, I just simply don't get it. One more mystery bag. Well, well, perfected predator. Lord of Wolves. Okay. Which is what we do have. That's our shotgun. Quite like the appearance. Let's see this. Oh, menacing. So let's pick this up. But surely the ornaments will have to be here. Nah, I don't really understand it. I don't know what the reason for that is. Never mind, we've come to the end of our broadcast for today, and therefore I'd like first of all thank everyone who participated, everyone who's been contributing to our charitable fundraiser for the British Red Cross charity. Thank you for that. Thank you for your contributions, for your shares, for following, for talking to your friends and community members. Just to remind you all, we are doing a charitable fundraiser here for the British Red Cross, and we are trying to raise the profile for the charity for all the works that they're presently doing in respect of the global fight against the pandemic, both domestically and internationally. Therefore, we have been talking a lot about it here on my channel, and we have also the links that are allowing you to just simply click and donate either through your bank or through PayPal, the safest possible method of charitable contribution. Don't forget, if you are doing anything like that, you can be presenting it to your tax office for a charity contribution tax relief, which is very beneficial. If you invest a larger sum of money, then that will be deducted from your tax bill on the annual basis. So it's very, very useful, and you need to remember this. If you're investing in charities, you can use it obviously with your tax office. And I want to thank everyone for supporting both the stream, the channel, the charitable fundraiser, and hope to see you all tomorrow. We'll resume as usual, 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll carry on with more activity here in Destiny 1. Our hunter will be doing some strikes. Perhaps tomorrow we'll try to get into a greater variety. So that'll be a bit of Vanguard, a bit of Taken War, a bit of Sivas on 2 different difficulty levels, just to keep it all spicy. Hopefully on Saturday the weather is not going to be as beautiful, therefore a few more people will be watching and popping in to say hello amongst our old veterans and maybe some newbies as well. But you know, on that note, I thank you all for supporting the charitable fundraiser, for watching the channel, for supporting all I do here live every single day, and I wish you all a very healthy